Alrighty, chat. Hello, hello. How we all doing today? Happy Monday! Did you guys have a good weekend? I hope you did. Chat, I got magical new stream buttons all set up for easy transitions. Such as, look, no hands. Isn't that crazy? The fancy button also mutes and unmutes all the proper sources at once. Exactly. How are we all doing? Let me see who we got here. We got Melon Wolf screaming into the void. We got Wolf Link. We got a Mars. We got Cryo. We got Peace. Hello, everybody. But yeah, I got all of that set up. I can also just switch scenes, and I can still talk while I do it. I can also just mute and unmute. See? Bet you couldn't hear that. It is the foot pedal, yeah. I finally figured out some things that I could put on it that would be pretty useful. I figured that those 3 base commands, it's got 3 buttons. Those are probably some of the most useful ones to have on it. Being able to mute and unmute everything at once, as well as just solo transition and solo muting. The mute button also mutes and unmutes me in Discord as well, which is pretty cool. Speaking of Discord... Oh, whoa. Marco! There you are.
I forget I can't unmute while I'm in Genshin.
Nope. Genshin also doesn't realize I'm tapped out of it right now, and so every time I move my mouse, it spins. Oh, it's always a pain in the butt, Wolf, that is true. Yeah, so chat, there was supposed to be a new video up on YouTube. It was supposed to be super exciting. That's not happening until tomorrow. It's taking too long to fully upload, and I can't cut down the parts that I need to cut out of it, and so this is now tomorrow's surprise. Surprise! Okay, chat. So we got Peace today. Amaris will be joining in a little bit.
Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right.
For now, we're gonna mess around on here again for a little bit. Sorry it's so late. The day, oh boy, gets away from you so fast. How was your weekend, Peace? That is good. Do anything fun? That's fair. Sometimes it's nice to just potato.
The case before us is a strange and unprecedented one indeed.
Audio's a little bit. There we go. No, Cryo, I have not, because I haven't been on Genshin since the last time I streamed it. I also did nothing over the weekend. I played a bunch of Baldur's Gate, and that's pretty much my entire weekend. I watched some Dimension 20 stuff as well. And I got kettle corn. Dare. I still don't even know what that is, Cryo. I don't know if I'm even far enough along to do anything with that information. Peace, what's the thing that Cryo's talking about?
Oh, the cat event?
Sure. Is that what that is? I'm still a baby that has nothing. The sub goal it dropped from 30. I think it was only at 40 before. It only dropped by 10.
Yeah, it was only 40 before. It's 30 now, of course.
But yeah, currently it's 30, and if you guys can hit that by the end of the month, we'll play a difficult game about climbing. You guys can see me suffer.
Still haven't seen anything on this game. I have seen somebody was playing it that I follow on Twitch, but
Suffering.
never tuned in.
Okay. I suppose I should probably do the dailies or whatever the fuck, huh?
You have any talkie one?
Do I what?
I was just wondering if you had any that you needed to talk to people.
Do I?
I don't know. Usually there's one, but I don't know.
I also do not know. Defeat opponents, defeat Eye of the Storm. Uncertain what that one is because it won't tell me.
That's just a...
Fulfill Timmy's request.
That might be a talkie.
You can barely hear peace. That's fun.
Really?
Don't know why. Peace is usually pretty quiet, but everything's at the same
my
levels.
mic was a little further away than usual.
I turned you up too,
Is
so I
it
hope.
big?
But yeah, I mean, Peace is kind of just always quiet.
Also, probably because noise canceling is trying to cancel out the fan next to me that's keeping me from dying.
Ah. But yeah, between you moving your mic and me turning up Discord, hopefully they can hear you just fine now. Alright, let's go see what the fuck Timmy wants. Where the fuck you at, Timmy? What do you want, pigeon boy? I scared all of your birds away. Ah, yes, I see that he had comments to make exactly about that. Yeah,
As he does.
Amara's, look at that 40 stream streak. Pigeons are friends, not food. You want me to find wheat? No, that kills people. Mainly me. Also, feeding wheat to ducks is probably not a good idea.
They're not ducks, they're pigeons.
No, he wants me to feed the ducks so that the pigeons can eat.
Oh, you're right. I remember. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's... I forget about that. It's been so long since I've done those dailies.
Yeah, guys, don't feed ducks bread, specifically. Give wheat to... Do I already have wheat? I do. Merry Christmas. It's ancient.
Ancient wheat?
Yep. Dead ducks equals more pigeons. I mean... Cheese!
Cheese!
Hi, Amaris.
Hello.
You're not wrong, but... yeah, don't feed ducks bread. It'll expand in their tummies. It's not good for them. Yeet.
Ryo.
Oh my.
Feed them bread, prep them for dinner. Well, I guess that's a whole other conversation. Burn it down. Give me the chest.
We can definitely. You? Here.
Perfectly fine.
Probably heal Lisa
This is fine.
soon.
Yeah, probably. How do I do that again?
Food or a healing character, your choice.
Food.
B, access menus. Scroll, click on the fork and spoon.
Aha.
Then
Chicken.
pick a healing food. Then use. Now you pick character, and then burn.
Oh yeah, I should do my check-in.
Hello, small child. I will not be more careful, but I'll tell you I will be. That's how that works, right? Change people again. Small.
Come on, let's go. There's a fortune to be made.
Perfect. Short.
Oh, I forgot. I've never heard Dory's English voice. That was interesting.
Someone tells me you don't play in English.
Nope.
Danger. Destroy
Danger?
towers.
Yes, we go bully things now.
Time to fight
Oh,
shit.
yeah. We can join up. Well, once I finish getting past the blinding screen. Ah, yes, I'm still by where the otters are.
Be blinded and then join me.
There will be otter.
Hello! Your character is very cute. They have an eye patch. I like their eye patch.
Run with me. Please do. Alright. Whee. And the bully things.
Time to bully things! And by that I mean time for my friends to bully things for me!
Exactly.
I don't know what I'm doing. But it doesn't matter because everything's already been destroyed.
Grant us your blessing.
Who was that? Bring them back.
What? This character?
Woo! Cute.
Okay.
Got you. Hello, tall one.
Hello.
Behold, short one.
I'm still on a loading screen.
Oh.
I can see from stream.
No, to pick
Because
a
I can
character,
double mod duty. It's fine.
It's perfectly
This is
fine. It's not like there's
fine.
much you have to do here anyways.
Nah.
Ta-da! No. Oh, fine.
There we are. Hello.
Hello.
Hold the line.
Have this.
Ooh. Jellyfish. This character is very cute.
Also, peace. I am sad that I can't do the glitch.
Everyone's characters are cute.
It's bound to be fixed eventually.
I have any free shit, dude?
I think having two Hydro characters kind of a problem.
What? No, it's perfectly fine. I'm here.
Oh, I can be chaos.
Yay, short.
I can be chaos.
Those things is it right now?
Nublia and Kazuha.
Okay, nobody I care about. Got it.
But you don't like the water cannon?
I like short and cute.
Fair enough.
The two of us are short,
Because
and you are
same.
cute. You're kind of short. Like this one.
Allow me.
Neither short nor tall, which means average. But still short. Alright, now I must teleport and go do my other nonsense. Who the fuck wants to join me? I don't know who you are. Fuck off. Go away, Oat.
Respect must be given to the.
Yeet.
Easier if I went to the other one.
Cleo is a
Oh,
brave
you're on my head.
girl today. I found a really weird-looking lizard. Want me to show it to you?
Lee is such a mood.
Flea is a menace to society.
Yes. Just like the TikTok that I showed you.
Oh, so how was your
That's-
first
that's
encounter
that's
with the
out
tormentor?
All on fire.
I'm also here! I helped. You make little guys.
Yes. All the bombs. It's just easier if we ran.
There's something on top of this. I must go find it.
Huh? Oh, you're saying what? It's... You see the little hand? Or something? Oh,
I don't know.
oh god!
I see something. I go
Ah,
find
I
it.
see.
This is fine. This is fine.
I guess I don't have to go do my thing anymore. Peace did it for me. Problem solved.
There's that.
Egg.
Egg. You're an egg.
Huh. I guess I've already been up here.
Yeah, the little Sealy.
Okay. Yeet!
Alright, so what do we want to do?
That's a good question.
Shall we go unlock the map for Arcane?
Yes, we need view. Time for the constant leaving and rejoining process.
What?
Yes.
You can't unlock the Statue of the Seven in co-op. It's stupid.
Okay.
Alright, go over to where Peace is. Yeah, the smaller ones, the little fast travel ones, yeah, you can unlock while in co-op. The giant statues, no, you have to leave.
Okay. Where?
It's
Oh, I've
it's
angered
dumb.
things. You're really picking a terrible battle. I wouldn't. I really. All right, fine.
Yeah, what
You're
were
all
you
dead.
again?
See?
Conquered. I just got that achievement.
You got an achievement?
Yeah, I did.
Why can't I do this? What? Huh? Fine, everything's dying then. Won't let me switch characters. There, free chest.
I'm being shot at. It's fine.
That sounds like a niche.
I see. Oh,
Owie!
it's been.
Hey,
Come
sir,
here.
that hurts.
I'll take it all.
Onwards.
Hold on, Arcane.
I was gonna say, well, I can't do that.
Hold on, I got it. Arcane, just stay behind me.
Hold on, picking flowers. Okay, I'm here.
Ice Bridge. Best character for Ice Bridge.
This is the best way to play games, chat. Just let your overpowered friends drag you everywhere.
Oh, when Farina's banner comes back, I am definitely getting her.
So can any ice character do this, or
Yes,
Yeah, it's
but
just harder on a lot of the other.
Harder. Okay.
yeah, Risley's the only one who makes it easier because all you have to do is just freaking punch.
Got it.
Yeah.
Also,
Alright.
there's a chest right here. Oh, of course.
I did good.
There you go.
We'll split it. 50-50.
Panic button spam. The best way to play. There's a thingy on my map.
Yes, I'm trying to see where it is. Where is said thingy? Is it up in the sky?
Hello,
Oh, where's
little
it?
thingy.
Oh no, it's right there.
It shows on my map, so I can just walk over to where it's at on the map.
Alright.
Yeah, it shows on ours too. It's just a matter
Okay.
of finding it usually.
Hey, Stuart. That's your role when you helped one of your friends point and kill. It's so great to be that role. You guys excited for Destiny tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Two of the guns we were actually excited for. As opposed
is
to
tomorrow,
90%
thanks.
guns we weren't excited for. Yeah, tomorrow should be Mountaintop and then
And Midnight Coup.
that one, the one that Mamaris wanted.
Yep, because I never got it.
Warm, warm. And then we should get 2 more of the oracles in the exotic mission. Which thankfully largely looked like they were going to be in locations we've already found. Except for one of them. Which looked like it was in kind of a weird spot based on the video that Amaris found.
Oh, of course I would be going to like one of the most annoying statues. Yeah, here.
I just keep getting things come flying at me.
Oh yeah, all the coins and particles from me
Yeah.
defeating things.
I see a scary lad to my left. Hello, scary
Hug
lad.
that rock. You should be fine.
It's a very nice rock. Oh, Mars is gonna blow it up. It's fine. Go, Mars,
She
go.
should probably just be able to one punch it. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, mostly.
I guess if she had her ult.
I did.
There you go.
It died very quickly. So what's the hand on my mini-map?
Oh, you have Yanfei, so it's a local thing.
Ugh.
Oh, there it is.
What do you guys think? You're
Do I go down?
arching.
Yeah, it's down here on the cliff where I'm at.
Ah, there you are.
Yes.
Ooch.
I think we can just glide over.
Just let my stamina come back. Eesh. Oh, there's a thingy up there too. Oh well.
No,
Where'd
we'll
you
get
go?
We'll get it another time.
Where'd you go?
I went across.
Oh, there you are. You're just on the mountain. I'm gonna die.
Okay,
Mars,
I
I don't
didn't
think
slide
this
that
is
far.
safe.
Hi.
Hi. This seems not safe.
Fine.
Perfectly fine.
It's just a matter of finding the...
This is definitely how mountain climbing works.
Oh, we're just Skyrimming it. It's fine.
Good old Skyrim shuffle. That mountain over there, you can climb it. 16 times the detail.
Oh, yes, this one.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know why I managed to pick like the hardest stupid statue to get to.
Jesus Christ, hi!
I found a thing!
Show me the goods.
Oh look, a chest.
So that's what the hands do. So are we going to the thing in the sky then? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah. I remember. Oh, there's a chest right here.
What's in the box? What's in the box? Nothing is in the box. Oh. Oh no! It's not even doing anything. Do I need to...
What?
Time for your arraignment.
Fire. Well, guess it's broken.
Okay, that's the first bugged enemy that I've encountered.
I tried fire and I tried sweared. Climb the mountain.
I think we got time.
Climb mountain.
Hey, Peace, I think we encountered our first bugged enemy.
Hooray!
Interesting.
Oh, hey, look, a shiny thing. Start challenge! Murder. Yep.
There you go.
I definitely helped.
Oh.
As soon as I finish saying that,
You'll be fine, dead.
challenge complete.
Dead.
Amazing. Flower.
I ran out of stamina.
I see that. Hello, I'm also here now.
No.
I don't know who you are, fuck off! Alright, where did...
I just climbed up. I'm over here.
There you are.
Yeah.
I like your little guy.
Thank you.
I need a little guy. Someday I will be a little guy with a little guy. We'll wait here and see if you fall.
Oh, I found a rock.
That's not sketchy at all.
This is fine.
I'm on my way.
Oh yeah, I forgot there's also a fast travel point up here.
Oh, lovely.
Is there?
Yeah.
I skipped the area where the fast travel point was then.
Yeah, I think you went up the other pillar.
Oh, I found a standing spot.
Yeah.
Woo. Eat. Eat. Oh, thank God. Give this to me.
Yep.
Oh.
And we just glide down over to here.
What's the other stuff up top, though? Chest.
We'll split it. 50-50.
Observe strange light. Should I observe strange light?
Oh, I know what that's for.
Am I gonna die?
No.
I can always teleport back up here for it.
Yeah.
Yeet. Zoom. Eat.
Oh, Jesus Christ, hello.
Hello.
Alright, people are here.
Alright.
Goodbye.
I think you gotta return to... Yeah, you gotta return to single player. Come back where the others are. Please, I know what our mission is today.
Otters.
Get Arcane to Fontaine?
Getting her to Fontaine, and we're gonna find the otters.
That seems awfully far away.
It is.
Hooray. Look, a map. There's a bird on that mountain. Do I want to worship?
Yeah. And you can offer all of your,
All of them?
Yeah.
Mine as well. You get more stamina from doing it.
Might not be too bad to Fontaine. All depends on if Arcane has access to the other route. It's bold of you to assume I have access to anything.
Oh, through the
Oh.
other area of leeway.
Good.
Yeah, it's part of the map now, so
Ta-da!
Hooray! Join me.
Oh god. Hi.
Hi?
this is fine.
Arcane's on top of my head.
Am I?
You were.
No. You guys just spawned next to me. There's a bird on that mountain.
Yeah.
I want bird.
Alright, Peace, where shall we go? Alright, follow where Peace is going,
Hold
I
on,
guess.
I'm going to bird.
I don't know if the bird will do anything right now.
Or I'll find out. I want bird.
Because at some point it's part of a puzzle. Larger puzzle.
Hello.
Yeah.
Rotat. Well, I don't
So
know
you
where
can't
to
rotate
rotat,
it.
so...
Yeah, it's what I was saying. It's part of a larger puzzle. There's 2 other birds you can find on other high points in this area. Ah!
Ah!
Woo!
Wonder what this is gonna do to my stamina.
It's a good question.
Just clinging to the side of a mountain in a cutscene suddenly.
Glad I could help.
Yeah, both of these were in a cutscene.
I'm so helpful.
Alright, peace.
Okay, where did
We
my
should
bugs
wait
go?
for the arcane.
Did you just jump? Is that...
We just glided over to here.
I don't know where
Yeet.
here is, so...
We'll just
I'm
generally go in the
generically,
direction
yeah.
of us until you get close. Ooh, a rock. That's fake. Not a
Fake
fake
rock?
rock. Fake rock.
Hi, Arcane.
Hello?
I'm up here.
I'm on a mountain now.
Just find a flat rock to climb up to let your stamina come back. Yes. I can see your shadow.
Aha!
Hello.
Hello.
Alright, onward to our pieces.
The tiny bean has arrived.
Yes.
Something,
yes,
something,
where
fake
the chest
rock.
is.
Schmack. Yoink, yoink. Ah, touch. Teleportation.
That I feel that's wrong. That should have done more than nothing.
Yes.
Oh, look. Found a thing.
So many boxes. Ooh. Hooray.
Yeet.
It's very pretty over there to the left.
I feel like Arcane's gonna end up falling off before we.
Oh, 100%. I'm already halfway out of stamina. Oh god, something happened.
Perfect.
Highly dangerous! Oh, goodbye.
Huh?
I've been cutscene.
Oh, she got pulled into
Oh. You got pulled into story stuff. I see.
which you can do at a...
None of this is voice acted, I'm upset.
I've noticed that.
I don't want to read out loud.
Alright, peace. I'm in the red! Ah! Okay.
You're fine. This is
This
fine.
is fine.
My name was carried by fish.
Alright.
Uh,
Now, we just wait here till Arcane gets out of...
I love how they assume I've heard of things. This harmony of soil and water.
how dare.
I'm totally a soil and water expert, it's fine.
Alright, you haven't been to Inazuma yet, so technically you're not a soil expert yet.
No, I'm totally
Or I
a
guess
soil expert.
fertilizer expert.
Sure, share your energy with me. What do you mean, welcome? This was clearly a kidnapping. Exactly. Am I in the sky or on the ground? Golden Carp's Leap tutorial. Oh boy. Wonders parents with water scattered in the wells. Absorbed air and diptol energy. Now float. Use the energy granted to transform into fish.
And the customers still feel
Once
like
you're
they're
inside
getting a
Pearl's water,
bargain.
you can go anywhere you please. You can hold jump button to leave vertically. Cross over mountains and forests with ease like a fish. But that doesn't make sense. Okay.
Ta-da!
Where the fuck am I?
Oh, fine.
I'm not sure where it spit you out at. I forget.
How do fish?
T.
Huh? T. Fish.
I said T. Yeah.
If I see,
Alright,
what?
it is default T.
Oh, you're all the way back at... Oh.
Ah!
Oh, right, it put her at near the other...
The other one.
I've gone somewhere!
Well,
I'm gonna touch a thing. I cannot touch the thing.
You gotta go back into single player.
Get the fuck out of here!
pressing the wrong button.
Okay, how do I do the thing again? That button. Okay, Twitch. Hooray! Places that do things. Woohoo!
No, add some 5 minutes.
I have nothing to give you. Alright, you can join me again. Turtle! Once you get the hang of the orb mechanic, it's a nice way to traverse the land. Amaris, I found a turtle. I love him.
Yeah.
Speed it up.
No, if
Collect
anyone beats up this
resource.
turtle, I will yeet you out of this universe. This is a good baby.
Yes. Alright. Onward.
I cannot ride the baby. Now I'm sad. Where'd you go?
Yes, I.
Don't you fucking dare.
Peace.
Oh!
The only thing it'll
Take
drop is
too
the
long.
mineral.
Don't
Take too
hurt
long
the
with a full-armed
baby.
It
character.
won't kill it. I don't think it will kill it. Actually, I think we gotta go the way Peace is going. Yep, follow where Peace is going.
Okay. I see. Fish orb.
There's a doggo.
So then I just yeet. Woohoo.
Alright.
Where is Doggo?
Just chilling on the dock.
Hello.
I wish we could pet
Hey,
said doggo. But we could finally pet cats.
I fed the dog,
You fed the dog?
and then it left. Now I'm sad.
Aww.
Now you got the line. I'm just a baby.
It's a baby.
You little die, you boar.
The game told me
Okay.
that I'm in danger again. And now I am
Nah, you're
afeared.
fine.
You're fine.
As long as we're here, you're
Oh,
fine.
those are so high level. It's just a goat.
They won't bother you unless you bother them.
Donut. Yeah,
I will
just
not
donut
touch
sack
the
'em.
goat. It's fine. Huge. What's that?
What's what?
Oh, this.
Oh, the puzzle?
What's this?
Okay, no.
I have
Yeah,
a
come
thing
over down to
following me.
Come over to me.
Coming to you.
Look up to the pot.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I don't know if
Too far away.
you might switch to your character real quick.
Too short.
What
Yeah.
am I supposed to be doing?
You are able to. Oh, hit E. Looking at
E?
the E.
Incinerate!
Yeah. Mm.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Now
What?
if I
Yeah.
do that.
Yep. Now come over here.
He. Nightshade! How you doing? Thanks for the hydrate.
Look up to where it is, and hit the same button again.
I just gotta get it to
Yeah.
do that thing.
They're on a timer base.
Oh!
Yeah, so you gotta come run back over here. And keep an eye on those goats. Alright.
dinner.
There we go.
I love dinner. We're having skewers tonight.
Remarkable
E.
condition.
If you want to go run and get out, I'll keep you protected.
Yeah, don't let me die. I'll be right back.
I'll remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
I once considered keeping some pets in my office, but soon gave up on the idea. It's just not right to keep small animals where they won't be able to see the sun.
Hmm. Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict. Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right. Mm.
Oh, peace.
Mm.
A word of advice, don't break the law. Is there anything else? Yeah, seriously, don't break the law.
The case before us is a strange and unprecedented one indeed.
Hmm.
Mm.
Ba-do-do-do, ba-do-do-do.
Yes, I did try doing our 10 poll.
Hmm.
Was
I
not
once considered
successful.
keeping some
Failure.
pets in my office,
Yeah.
but soon gave up on the
Sadly.
idea. It's just not right to keep small animals where they won't be able to see the sun.
I'll remind you again. The law can be both
Jesus
and a
fucking
hindrance.
Christ!
Did I die?
Mm.
No, Apollo
No.
scared the shit out of me.
Hi, Apollo.
Arcane says hi.
Woohoo. Okay, where'd Peace go?
Oh,
Zoom.
Oh, it's a Genshin stream.
yes.
Yeah.
Would you like to join us?
Join us. Grilled pineapple.
Sounds tasty.
It's so good.
Ooh, we can definitely write this off as incidental gains.
Hello.
Hello.
Eat.
So you can join us in helping Arcane unlock the map.
You can beat up everything in my path.
And we don't need help. We're fine.
All I gotta say is look down.
So I wanted to run this TikTok I saw a while back past you guys.
What up?
So it was basically saying that, like, there's all these foods that people think are spicy, and then it follows up with, it's not spicy, you're just allergic. And I wanted your opinion specifically on celery.
What? Oh.
Do you find celery to
not
be
these guys.
slightly spicy? Like, it's water, but spicy.
No.
Okay.
Then again, I don't eat that much celery.
Got it. It's not spicy, I'm just allergic.
As I know, the acidity in pineapple bothers my throat.
I have another friend who's allergic to pineapple. Makes her lips bleed.
Oh, that does not sound fun at all.
Yeah, but just her lips. If she gets it past them, she can eat it. And I'm like, that's not safe. Don't do that.
Yeah, no. It
Yeah,
could
no,
be
my throat
more
just
than
gets
the
itchy.
lips at some point.
Yoink.
But yeah, I can eat all the canned pineapple I want. I can eat all the dried pineapple I want. It's just fresh pineapple.
Mm.
I can eat it grilled too.
Interesting. Don't worry, Peace. We're finally here.
Yay, time to leave.
Bye.
Boy,
Hooray. I have nothing to give you either. Alright. You are clear to rejoin. Oh. Got it, okay. Climbing a tree. There's a thingy on my map somewhere. Alright, where to next? Chat is questioning me on why I think celery is spicy.
Because it's spicy to Arcane. Why else?
And like, I don't know if spicy is the right word for it. It's just like, it's got a little bit of a kick to it. Fun fact, pineapple has a chemical in it that destroys the protective layer in your mouth, which is why it stings when we eat it. Well, time to destroy my mouth. It's even worse if you eat it with, like, salty chips. That hurts so bad.
Oh,
Mm,
no.
mm.
Alright, onward to follow where Peace is going.
Yeet. Yeah, I once ate a lot of pineapple with a lot of chips. Whoops.
It's fine. Alright. They decide to pick a fight.
I'm in danger. You left some guys behind.
Okay, there's a chest up here.
Ooch.
show me the goods.
Why are you running?
Why are you running? Come back here.
Right.
These are shiny. Why is this shiny?
No, that's another puzzle.
Ah. Hmm.
Have you ever seen these stickers on my back? Do me a favor and take them off. Malazines like to play pranks sometimes.
Oh.
Yes, where the... Oh. I can help you with that real quick. Alright.
Totally where that goes.
I think it goes over here. I'm gonna grab this one.
Oh, tiny. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Oink.
I think it goes right here.
That's not the button. Don't do that. Well, now it's angry that my thing's in the way.
I don't remember. Brain doesn't want to think.
Ah.
Oh,
Goodbye?
I'll follow you.
Oh, okay. Am I supposed to keep following this?
Yeah.
Highly dangerous.
We'll split it. 50-50.
Adventure.
Mars is just getting all of the things for me. She's like, don't worry, I got this. Wow.
Big chest.
Zoom.
Show me the goods.
Rock. Easily distracted by shinies.
Yes. There's another shiny up here.
Hello, shiny.
There you go.
I notice I have one friend who's super focused and one friend who is just as distracted as I am.
Yes.
Poor focused friend. They're like, what the fuck are my friends doing? Yep, 100% will eventually get there.
One eternity later.
Work.
Yeah.
There was work.
There was Bork. Gameplay tutorial.
Hmm?
I found a thingy.
Oh, it's the penguin.
I like penguins.
Wait, no. Is it a penguin or is it a bird? You can
I don't
jump
know.
pretty high now.
Nope.
Jump off the wall.
I tried! There it is. Ugh. Okay. Oh, hey, Amaris is in here.
Hello.
Hello!
Strike a pose.
I like all of your little guys. And they're off. Oh, okay, no shot I make whatever the fuck this is.
Probably not.
I better get pulled into another cutscene.
Unlikely.
Fuck.
Is there a boat thing down here? I don't remember. There better be.
I mean, there's certainly boats farther off.
Yeah. Not well. You guys can just ice bridge over there.
I can ice bridge, it's fine.
I'm gonna die. Yeet. Hi, Amaris!
Oh, Jesus Christ, hello. Hi, peas.
No. Yeah, yeet.
I found a fish.
No, it unfortunately does not have any more things.
Hurricane.
Hello.
Peas, I'm coming.
Showering you with praise.
And they're off. Bye. This is like ultimate passenger princess energy.
Pretty much.
I've got my blankie and my snackies ready for the road trip. Yay!
Alright, I gotta do another one.
Oh yay! You've got this! I fell in! Ah! Well, we're fucked.
Just swim back over here. It's fine.
I'll try to stay closer. Hermit crab! Gravel.
A word of advice, don't break the law. Is there anything else? Yeah, seriously. Don't
Oh
break
god,
the
you're in the ground.
Yep, this is one of the things that...
What am I running in?
Also, your character told me not to break the law, and I will not be told what to do.
Break the law.
Go! Do a crime!
Do a crime.
Where are you going?
I don't know, where am I going?
I got turned around.
Don't turn around. Unturn around.
I trusted you!
Is there a boat thing here? I don't remember.
Think.
I don't know, I see boats. Is the boat a boat thing?
Go. Do a crime.
It's on the other side.
I think it's on the other side. I don't remember. I don't remember where it is here.
Oh, good, right.
Oh yeah,
I don't
arcane.
Eh?
remember where it's at either.
Oh, there's a thingy.
Yes.
I will have thingy.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I don't know where it's at. Whenever you get undistracted. I was bridging in a direction.
Directionally challenged. No, I missed. Oh, did I get it?
Woo!
I got it.
Yes.
What? Oh, it hasn't given her the thing yet because it hasn't triggered the cutscene. Oh no.
Nope.
Wait, what's wrong? Oh.
Because we came in on the other side.
Yeah.
We didn't come in through Sumeru.
Am I supposed to be able to do cool shit here?
Yeah, you're supposed to be able to swim on a completely different stamina bar and you won't die in the water here.
Oh. I cannot do that.
Yeah, no, it unfortunately it only happens once you trigger the cutscene for this area.
Which is...
Fuck.
On the complete other side of the region.
I'll take her there. It's fine.
I had to pick someone taller. She kept trying to swim. There you are. Cryo says I just need a statue.
Oh, is it just a statue? Alright, then we're on our... making our way to one then.
Oh, there's one closer over here.
The intrusive thoughts have me going, I will not melt your ice, I will not melt your ice. Not that it matters, I could probably swim this distance.
Okay, there's a chest.
Love boxes.
Remarkable condition.
Follow me.
Following!
No dying.
I will try to not to. Seahorse, very pretty. Is it gonna murder me?
Yes. Hence why I am taking care of it.
Preach. New entry!
Yes.
I don't belong here, Chet.
There you go.
More things. That I will not touch.
Don't worry, me and Peas can just murder shit around here for you.
I have...
Alright.
No.
And the statue should be over here.
No, this is much easier now than going all the way through Sumeru.
I'll take your word for it.
Well, it's either cross nice, pretty rocky area or cross a vast desert.
I'm assuming we took the rocks.
Yeah.
I mean, deserts are cool too, though.
I mean, you do get to see a cool sand tornado thing.
That seems safe.
You can't get in it. It pushes you back.
Ah, boo. Ooh, pretty.
Yeet.
Eat my friends. Touch. Now dolphin? Water speaks to me.
Yay, speaking water. Exactly.
You could
Would
try
still be
doing
in a
something for
desert.
once, Paimon.
Cryo.
No, I will not eat peas. They're disgusting.
What? Peas are good.
At least to me. Mhm.
Okay, let's see. Yay, now I won't drown here.
Yay.
And only here.
Yes, quite unfortunate. I wish once they introduced the mechanic, it worked everywhere.
That would be nice.
Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict. Balancing
There's a
the two
thingy
is
down
a
there.
discipline in its own right.
There's also danger down there.
Go after the thingy.
Touch thingy!
Oh, yay, Arcane doesn't have to eat and swim if she doesn't want to, because there's a boat thing here, too.
Operable mechanism feather valve.
Oh.
That's too much dialogue to read.
Oh, also, this is a puzzle that
Use
Mandy
one
says
crystal
that
receiver
fully
node
figured
to
out.
create a bidirectional valve. Oh, it is not the original design or intended to use the energy of the xenochromatic ball octopus. The what? Can push the receiver nodes, pushing the feather valve to operate in one direction. After the current stops, the feather valve will automatically revolve back to its original position. Associated or connected mechanisms will operate along with the valve. Sometimes the missing receiver nodes need to be found. All octopus. Touch.
Now, use your T on the thing. The little wheel looking thing.
Oh, she had it on the correct thing. Hit E.
Oh, what's the E? It's E now,
Yeah.
right.
What?
Go back to... Hit E.
I forgot. T only switches it. E activates the thing.
Yeah.
Interesting. Do I even want to go down there? Oh, there's dangerous things down there.
Yeah, come back up here.
Aww. Now I just have a little thing.
Remarkable condition.
Alright, where to now? Oh, is this boat thing? Wave rider waypoint. Tooch. Ooh, boat!
Oh, we can get her the achievement.
We could, yes.
Get in your boat.
I'm gonna die. My friends are setting me up for failure.
Nope.
Sail pieces wave rider. I'm in a boat.
I think she just got it.
Wait, did I?
I think.
I didn't
I
see
think
it.
so too.
It's the achievement of, what is it called? I can't remember.
To sail another player's boat.
Oh, I stole your boat.
You did, yes.
Boat thief. I can shoot shit!
Mm-hmm.
Zoom! What do I do with the boat?
You can jump out of it if you want.
It's just to help get places easier.
Hello.
Hello. There is stuff here.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, I know where Peace is going.
Mm-hmm. Good thing.
Yeah. Follow me, Arcane.
Where'd you go? Fuck off! I don't know who you are! Where'd you go?
Hello.
Dolphin.
You swim faster underwater than you do in on
Oh,
top
do
of
you?
water. Yep.
Yeah, Peace is at a fast travel point.
Am I? Oh. I would have ran right past this. Didn't say anything.
That's Arcane. Grab this real quick.
Yeah. Ooch. Dog in a dress. Cat with a hat. They are the fanciest thing I've ever seen.
Alright.
I'll be
Do
back
the
for you
fast travel.
someday. I made best friends.
Yeah, they're chill.
Big chillin'. There we go.
Follow me.
Ah, danger jellyfish.
No, they don't attack that.
Oh.
I can't show you because it won't let me, but it makes you jump up and yep, there you go. Fine, got this.
Alrighty. Anyways.
Okay. Onward to where Peace is.
Yeah, you're so cute.
Oh, the music. Yeah, they're adorable.
Posture check. Ugh. Thank you, wolf. Okay, we're here.
Strike a pose! Ah.
Where did Mars go?
Mars is down there. Right there.
I'm just chilling at the moment.
Bottom of stairs. Oh, goodbye, peace. That's a very dapper dog. Why is everyone here so fancy?
Because this region is supposed to represent France.
Mm. Oh, hey, there's a thingy in that fountain.
I was just about to say.
Touch. Swans.
E.
Swans are incredibly violent. In real life, anyways.
Or Canadian geese.
Geese in general. There's no limitation on that.
Yeah, there's one in.
Here, take this.
Tree.
Yeah. It won't let me climb the tree. I'm too tall.
Ah, no stamina. Get your fucking ass in the tree! Thank you. Oh my god, I hate you. Climb the tree. There you go. Okay, you're in the tree. Just don't unclimb the tree, okay? There. Alright, I must touch thing. Oh boy. Oh, put me back at tree. There we go. Look at all these places I've been now. I'm taking a very interesting path through the map.
This is fine. This is definitely the way they intended you to see the map.
Definitely. I don't know if I missed that. Yeah, there you go.
Whoop.
Big jellyfish just appeared behind us.
Settle down.
Just me and my scary dog privilege. I mean, am I wrong?
No. And you ran past the chest.
Ah, it's so far away. Eat.
We'll split it. 50.
Ah, climbing mountain. There's a big thing at the top of the mountain. It's definitely safe. What the fuck is a challenge doing all the way up here? Oh, goodbye.
Hello.
Goodbye. Ooch. Hooray. Enter?
Yeah. The chest spawned right next to the fast travel point.
Ah.
Hello.
Hello.
Huh. Let's appraise the value on this.
So many shiny things to be distracted by.
Wonderful. No. This is that one.
Eat. Ooch. Oh, everything's floating here.
Yeah.
Can you or can you not swim in the floaty stuff?
You can.
I am here. And you are not.
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Could have just pressed the button. It would have kicked me.
Well, it's fine. Ouch. That's a very long name. Alright.
Hunting Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering Region.
Yes. Offer thingies. Oh god.
Yeah, there's quite a bit you gotta do for this one.
It froze.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Motion to
Okay, I'm
compel.
fine.
Bless you.
Thank you. Zoom. Skybridge. Board. Goodbye, board. This is gonna end
I
perfectly
missed.
fine.
Whoops.
Mm.
Don't follow me. I have failed.
Ah! Okay, I'm fine. Well, I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going there now. Oh, there's a thingy under me, huh?
This is on the other side.
Whee!
On the other
Touch.
side, isn't it?
Is what?
You start to get up there.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, it is.
Fancy crystals.
Oh, okay.
Eh?
I'm over here.
Zoom. Oh, hello, Sneaky. Got it.
Alright.
Zoom. There's a scary lad over there.
It's fine. You have a Mars with you. As long as you have one of your escorts, you'll be safe.
Perfectly safe. Hooray! Things I didn't earn.
Remarkable condition.
It's fine.
Hello, Sparkly.
Ow.
I totally helped.
Huh. Let's appraise the value on this. Let's appraise the value on this.
Where is this? Where is it? I don't know where.
Is it in the sky?
Are you looking for this guy?
Not the ceiling, per se.
Well, that's what I
No,
found.
Yeah, no, there's a hydro.
Ah.
And I don't know where it is. I think it's in the sky.
In the sky.
I think it is not.
Fuck this up.
I heckin' don't remember.
Huh. Let's appraise the value on this.
I sadly don't remember. Alright, onward to our pieces.
Oh, there's a dude here. Next to a thingy.
Okay, I'm not over by where you are.
That's fine, I found the thingy.
Oh, you did? Oh, it was there.
The map's usually pretty good about telling you exactly where it's at.
Usually.
Among Us symbol trying to join us. Alright, where the fuck you go? Oh, into water. Probably.
I'm on the bridge of it.
There's a gap there.
Yes.
Minding
There's quite a
the
few
gaps. Or I will not. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Perfectly fine.
Take this.
I look challenge. Oh. Zoom. I'm a blob of water. Oh god.
Don't do what I did.
What did you do?
Totally didn't almost just.
Inadmissible evidence!
Helping!
There's a thing!
Oh god, it's blocking the thing.
Yeah, and
fine,
unfortunately
I'm
it's
fine, I'm
hydro.
fine.
Both me and Amaris can't do anything about it.
It's fine, I made it.
Here we go again!
Ah. That seems fine. Am I supposed to jump? Is that... Piece jumped, I think.
You can just glide over into it. Wrong button.
Absorb thingies. Should I? Oh!
Oh, okay.
What?
Fine. This is fine.
I don't know what I'm doing. It wants me to do something. Pneuma block. Should I touch that?
I mean, you can. It's not gonna hurt anything.
I don't know what I did, if anything. I don't think I did anything.
Alright.
Approaching edge. Oh, I got too close to it.
Yes, I will warn you about the edge.
Huh. I don't know what this wants. Oh. Well, whatever you did.
This one up. Over here.
A lot of lads. Zoom. Yeah, I don't know if I'll make it back from getting that one.
We can get another time. It's fine. It won't go anywhere.
That's good. Zoom. 8. Oh, there's a lot of guys over there. Ah! Do I just keep going into the thing?
Yes.
Okay. I am rapidly losing health.
Oh, Amaris, why are you in the ground?
I don't know.
Eat a thing.
Here, have your health back.
Oh.
Just
Ooh.
Oh, we're probably just walking through a thing for arcane.
I was gonna say, yeah, what's the thing? It seems safe and not like it's gonna kill me if I touch it in some way.
Oh, it won't attack you.
Fine, it's story stuff.
Ah. Because I should not be here. Ooh, look, more shinies.
Alright. Got you this and that annoying teleport.
Yeah, no, we got the most annoying teleport out of the way.
Goodbye, pretty shinies. You
Peace
guys
which
are
way
going
did-
in
oh.
different directions.
I'm trying to figure out where Peace went.
Peace went around the water. I don't think I'm gonna. I was gonna say, I don't think I'm gonna make it to wherever Peace is going. I could probably aim for the bridge though. Should I aim for the bridge?
Water, it's safer.
Aim for the water. That's smarter.
Arcane, there's a thingy underneath here.
Underwear? Oh, I'm falling. Goodbye. Yeet! Alright, where the
Oh, I see where you land.
Whoosh.
I don't know where you are.
I'm up on here.
Ah. Zoom.
This is fine. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I'm stuck in a corner.
No, don't get stuck in a corner.
That's yeah. It's fast travel right here.
Hello. Dooch.
Over here.
What? There you are. I was like, I do not fucking see you. You're so speedy.
No, if you want to see speed.
Ah, don't leave me behind.
Speed.
Are we staying in the water? Or are we getting out of the water?
Oh,
I think Peace is not in the water.
I am not.
I see. We'll be in the water for a little bit.
Oh, well. That's fine. I'll be back in the water in a moment. Alright, I'm in the water.
Jane,
Eh?
you want to see the cutest thing in this game?
Is it otters?
There's an otter right here.
Little guy. Oh, he spins in circles. I can also spin in a circle. Oh, he's got a little shell!
Yes. They are the cutest thing in this game.
Very cute.
They are very cute.
Oh, and now it's raining. Oh, I still need to get struck by lightning. Someday. Ooh, those are bad guys.
There's nothing more beautiful than shining here. Good.
Helping. Uh-oh. I'm being talked to.
It's going to be a world quest thing that you can do later, a later date.
Alright, I forgot I killed everything. It would have started that. Oops. My bad.
It's
Fine.
fine. Definitely heard of this before. We're good at doing things. Only trustworthy people. Yeah, your standards suck. I don't want to sit here. I'm not reading any more of this. Mark the location. You talk too much. I'm free. Am I going upstairs?
Yes.
Shoot. Alright, I made it. No one is free from bureaucracy. Certainly not. Yeet. Alright. Touch statue. Give things. Alright, you may return. While you return, I'm gonna go get ice cream. I'll be right back.
Ice cream.
Ice cream!
First, I mark up the price by 30%, and then I offer a 20% discount. More for me, and the customers still feel like they're getting a bargain. Now that's what I call a win-win. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine.
Alright, now I gotta let it melt so I can retrieve the spoon from it.
Oh no.
I got a peanut butter parfait last night, but then I wasn't feeling good, and so I couldn't eat it, so I just jammed the spoon in it and shoved it in the freezer.
Ta-da!
I missed that request, you have to resend it.
Fine.
So yeah, currently, for those that have the stream up.
You and Apollo will be best friends. It's his favorite thing from Dairy Queen.
It's one of the only things from there I can eat, so... and I like it. The only other thing that I would get is just like a blizzard, but those aren't, I don't think those are safe anymore. I think they're all they're cross-contaminated. It's like, technically I could have one if I wanted to, it just wouldn't be good for me.
Alright, we're 2 peas. Once we get all the fast travel points and stuff for Arcane unlocked,
Then we can do something!
we can go find the otters!
Didn't we just find an otter?
Oh no, there are otters that you can find around that are trapped.
Special otters.
Mini otters.
Yes. And some of them give
Understood.
chests.
Oh, come on, Lightning! You couldn't have hit me while I was midair! Fuck you! Hold on. Hit me! No! Hit me! No! Do it! Hit me!
For the sparkly ground.
I don't see sparkly ground.
No, I can't do anything. I am Hydro 2.
Come on. No! Why'd you strike all the way over there?
I have just the thing. This specialty umbrella collects and
Hello.
purifies
Hello, I'm trying to get struck by lightning, but now it's striking on the other side of the water, which is fucking rude! It was just striking over here! Hit me! No! I almost got got. I can't get down there fast enough to get hit by anything. Hit me! I want achievements! Strike me down where I stand!
Ta-da! No!
I'm being bullied.
He wants to be wooed.
How dare it.
End me! No! No!
That poor crab!
Oh, lucky you.
Ooh, a flip!
No! It doesn't give me enough time to get to a spot. I just want the wrath of nature to murder me. Come on. No! Ah! Damn it! I was so close.
The one time you actually want to be struck by lightning.
The only time! Dang it. Fuck. I keep seeing it too late. There's an island in Inazuma that's really good for that achievement.
I mean, yeah. At
True.
least till you do the story.
Hmm. I guess we can just go there later then. Because it's
I've
not
never
like
seen
I'm
these
doing the
stickers
story anytime soon. I won't make it in time, I'm too slow! Oh, it stopped raining.
Yeah, it's not raining over here.
Damn it!
Okay. We go over to our pieces.
Someday, Chad, I will be struck by lightning
You
in
will.
game, not in real life. God, I hope not in real life.
No, not in real life. In game. Yeah, no, I don't want anybody to get struck by lightning in real life.
There's a dude that's been struck by lightning multiple times.
Hmm.
Zoom. Aw. It did not work.
You can grab the things again. And run back over to it. There another one? Hmm.
I think... Do I just have to, like, do them a specific way, or...
I think they gotta be done in a specific order. Yeah, one. This one's two.
How do I...
Just come over. Darn it, I grabbed it. Didn't mean to.
That's okay.
Because I can't interact with your...
Oh. Well,
I
that's
gotta wait for
fine.
it to disappear.
We can just go to peace.
Yeah.
Have I gotten the killed by a boar achievement? Uncertain. That's something that is possible that I got before I started playing with people. But that it's been so long that I wouldn't know. I know I've definitely gotten fucked up by a boar. I don't know if I actually died to it, though.
You know, no, I'm not sure if I've ever died to a boar, so...
I'm just gonna keep
Maybe the
shaking
big one.
my ice cream.
If the really big one counts, maybe.
There's stuff at the top of that mountain.
Yeah.
Buy stuff. Aha. There you are. Big board doesn't count to your knowledge. You think it has to be one of the little ones?
Right, then I'm not sure if I've gotten.
Time for us to all go die to boars. Spoon.
Is your spoon free?
Yeah, I freed it.
Yay.
Okay, now you can join.
Hello.
Hello. Love the way she screeches to a halt.
Yeah.
Oh. Peace is going somewhere.
I think Peace is taking the long way.
It's a race.
Oh, I forget it's up there.
I think we want main.
We're gonna go down.
Yeah, floor 1.
No, you want floor 2.
Well,
Is it floor 2?
down we go. Goodbye.
Well, alright, you can pick me up at the bottom then.
Oh, you're floating for me.
Ta-da!
Yeah, you're floating on mine.
Oh, fine.
We're at the bottom. Do I go up again?
There's Peace.
Feel free to check the Aquabus map and schedule for details.
Let's go to floor 2. Second floor.
Strike a pose!
Oh, there goes your buddy's Peace.
It's here. Kane, sit on the bench.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine.
Press the thing.
Please watch your step.
Am I waiting
Yeah,
for
hit
bus?
wait.
Yes.
Yeah, hit wait for bus.
Ah.
All aboard.
Goose.
Please take your seats.
But he's so cute!
Yeah, you have to
Please
talk
take
her
your
to start it.
seats.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you do. I forget. I always forget that. I forgot about it when I took Amara's
When
through
does
this.
bus head out?
Now take your seat.
I need to release a character that looks like those. They're so cute.
Okay, I'm back to work. Please take
They
your seats.
probably
It's time for
won't.
our
Not that
main
looks
adventure.
exactly like them.
This Aquabus
That's rude.
tour is
There
bound for
is a
Romantic
character
Station.
that's probably
And I'm
gonna
your
come
tour
out
guide,
that is
Abel. I'm here to
the
tell
same
you all about
type
the
of
amazing
creature, but more
scenery we'll
humanoid
pass by
looking.
on the Clementine
But
Ride.
still has the
Boo!
little ears
No
and
humans.
So
tail.
I'm not an expert tour guide. When it comes to interesting stories,
Arcane,
and
it's the one that I called the
unfortunate
Sylveon
places,
girl.
I definitely know a
Ah.
thing or two.
Yes, Sequin.
I hope that my
Because I can
commentary
never
will
say
give
her
you a
name.
newfound appreciation for this nation, and that
So I
you'll
just call her the
decide to
Sylveon
visit
girl,
Wonder
and Peace knows
Fontaine,
exactly who I'm talking
just
about.
like Elfin was.
No, don't
I
be
wouldn't
cowards.
If you didn't show me the pictures.
No humanoids. Cowards.
But she's adorable. She is small.
Yes.
She is small bean.
Do you have small bean?
No. She's not a release playable character
Ah.
yet.
Yeah.
Passengers,
Got
if
it.
you
But
look into the
in
distance, you'll see
4.7
Elenos, the Magnificent Mountain.
June?
The hometown of us Melusines,
Update in
Fantasy
June?
Village is right over
Please.
there.
Potentially?
There's a story about
Please.
our hometown that I really
Please,
liked
please,
growing
please.
up.
So it's just like
I need.
theorize
I
that
need
she'll
to-
be one, or announce that she's
Elenos,
gonna
take
be.
to Fontaine and ask the people. Is
There's
there anything you can
rumors,
do?
but
At the
everybody's
time,
pretty
the
sure she's
Melusines
gonna
were
be
super tiny,
an actual
and our
playable
lands were
character.
even smaller. And we were so sad that we couldn't build houses like everyone
Because
else.
you do see her
So
vision.
the people said in
What's her name?
unison, then why don't you become the home of the
Sequin.
Melusines?
I don't know how to spell that.
And
How do you
that's
spell that?
S-I-G-E,
right there, and poof. It's been a few hundred years since then.
W
I-N-N-E.
something
Think about
some.
it. Everyone in Fontaine and Eleanor
Oh,
is
okay,
very
that
gentle
person.
and kind.
Yeah, I can see them making her playable. I feel like they don't put that much work into someone that's not gonna be.
And if they're not gonna be playable, they usually don't show their vision either, generally.
Okay, our boat is now passing through Poisson Tunnel. It's said that to deal with the crisis of the Second Diluvian period, some people thought about using the tunnel boring tech to hollow out the mountain and build a city inside.
Trying to make sure I don't miss this.
The water
Okay.
covered the mountain. Wouldn't the people inside suffocate? Or were they going to build a super tall tower to breathe through?
He's
Tower
posted
like
it.
that would need to be super duper huge
Gift for
and
her.
really strong. Even with all the engineers and workers in the country, it would take hundreds of years to finish the work. So that plan definitely wouldn't work.
Ah.
He is small.
This is a long ride. Punchy!
It is.
Punchy!
It is quite
Punchy,
the
how do?
long-
As the operator of our lines likes to say, we Aquabus tour guides carry a huge responsibility. Lots of tourists have no idea which shops are worth going to or what local specialties are worth buying. It's up to us to fill them in. If we tour guides do a good job, then everyone in the court of Fontaine will earn a bunch more and more. It really motivates me when I think of how my work can have a positive influence on other people's lives. Even if there aren't many passengers, and even if I don't actually have that many stories
Doing some
to
daily
share,
quests on your
as
Final
long as
Fantasy
I
gacha before you go to bed.
persist, the results
Nice,
will
nice.
definitely
Good
come
luck.
with time.
May all your pulls be amazing. Yeah, I'm having a good night. I'm just running around Genshin with my friends, with my scary dog privilege.
We are the guard dogs.
I am a baboon, should not be here.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Ding, ding, ding! Welcome to Romaritime Station, where this tour ends. Thank you for riding with us today, and if you have any suggestions or feedback, please write a letter to the tour operator. Sometimes the letters will be forwarded to me, and I'll read every single one carefully. Then, the next time you ride the Clementine line, I'll definitely provide even better commentary. And maybe, if I get enough good ratings, I'll get a bonus. And then I can treat Elfan to a huge meal. Then when you ride the Navia line, you'll meet an even happier Elfan.
Cute. 10 out of 10. No notes. Too adorable. Hooray! Self-proclaimed adventurer.
Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine.
Oh, I forgot it's just on the other side.
Oh.
I thought you had to go up
We're just waiting for the elevator and it's just right there.
or go down.
It's funny. Oh, we're on the narrow skinny bit.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Alright, you can join again. Hey, is that the desert?
Yes, that is part of it.
Ah. Welcome to the danger railing. Watch your step.
You tall for it.
It actually spawned me on it. That's
It spawns you right on the edge. Are we going up or are we going somewhere else? One of you went to the elevator and one of you did not. Shoot. Where are we going? Oh, goodbye. Pretty flowers. Ah, Hunter! Hey! Hmm. Yeah, vault cleaning. Hmm. How you doing, dude?
We'll put that on the schedule for next year.
Yeah, nah. Book clear out.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, oh.
Oh, I looked over and you were out
Oh.
of stamina and sliding
Yeah.
down the side of the cliff. You know.
I came in
Normal
hot.
thing.
I know I need to start with space.
Nah, you just eat every one of them until you get the right one.
Fruit. We'll probably end the stream with a vault cleaning. If you're still around at that point. Ah, there you are. Ouch. Large building with dangerous things. Zoom. Got you for another like 2 hours and a DM ready. Gotcha. That water looks toasty.
Yeah,
Mm,
it's
it
spicy
is.
water.
Don't go in the spicy water.
Yeah, don't
Got
go
it.
into spicy
No
water.
touch spicy water.
At least not yet. Until we unspicy the water.
Unspicy the water. Understood.
Yes.
Hunter.
That depends, Hunter. How do you feel about spicy water? Oh, is this a big one? Oh, yep. Goodbye, friends. Probably makes good jello.
Oh my god.
I mean, technically, if you were to put Jello mix in it and then cool it down,
Yeah?
potentially.
That is how one makes jello. Alright, I have no things to offer. You may join.
Might as well be
With
drinking
enough
Kool-Aid
mora,
then.
you can afford to do anything. Even take on the academia.
Also pretty accurate.
Alright, there. You have the entirety of Fontaine for now to look at.
For now.
Yes, for now.
Is it gonna get bigger?
Yes.
Ah.
In... what is it?
Isn't it next update or the update after?
No, it's next. So, like 7 days from now.
Oh, wow. That's like right there.
Yeah, it's next Tuesday, technically, probably.
Ah. That's Destiny Reset Day. Oh my god, there's still so much map.
Yeah. They like to do big updates on Tuesdays as well.
First, I mark up the price by 30%, and then I offer a 20% discount. More mora for me, and the
Okay.
customers still feel like they're getting a bargain. Now that's what I
Now
call
we
a
find more
win-win.
map.
We're gonna
Party
go
parties
find
are a must for the
altars.
well-mannered.
What
If
map?
you'd like to learn the proper etiquette,
True, map.
I'd be happy to
Fine.
teach you.
A word of advice: don't break. the law.
Everyone's characters talking.
Anything else?
They are.
yes. Don't break the law.
Don't tell me what to do. Oh, goodbye. Where did you go? Ah. You went all the way down there. Am I to follow?
Don't know.
I once considered keeping some pets in my office, but soon gave up on the idea. It's just not right to keep
So
small
what are we
animals where
doing
they
now?
won't be able to see the sun.
I don't know what Peace is doing. Where is he?
They went
Peace is all the way back in.
very far away.
Oh, I guess we're gonna go.
Eat.
I wonder if the next update after this coming one will add the rest of the desert in between here and Fontaine.
Is there a bunch of stuff missing?
Yeah, if you look at your map, whenever you're not climbing,
Oh, the big red spot.
the big hole in the middle there
Maybe.
is probably going to be desert.
Or desert.
With enough Mora, you can afford to do anything. Even take on the academia.
Alright. Nowhere to go follow, please.
Did you jump? There you are. Zoop.
The thing. Look at me, almost passing waypoints again. Why are you angry? Stop. You shouldn't need to do this. See, I told you.
Ori. Zoom.
Hey, Arcane, you want big chests?
Yeah, sure. I just watch you just yeet. Nothing. You're doing great.
There's
Hooray!
a fake.
I'll take it.
Get the chest and come over to me, because there is a fake rock.
Fake rock.
Fake rock?
Yes. There's a chest.
I'll take it all.
Alright. Back to our regularly scheduled program. Oh, pieces also by a chest.
Ah.
And a waypoint.
Scare dogs, help! Danger!
What's mad at you?
Slimes.
Oh. Alright.
I ran through
We
slimes.
fixed it.
Yes.
We'll do this.
We'll split it. 50-50.
Yeah, might as well fight her.
They're so
Hey,
cute.
come here. Die.
Oh, she insta
Oh,
died.
goodbye. Well. Serves her right.
Alright. We go follow peace.
Is there an auto walk button in this game?
No, not that I
Damn.
know of. Just hold W and use your other hand to scoop out your ice cream. hopefully we're back in an area that is okay for you,
I will not die.
level-wise. Not instantly, no.
That's good. Oh, there you are. I
Back
was like,
in
I can't even
leeway,
see you
you're-
guys anymore.
We're back in leeway, so Mondstadt and leeway are the low-level regions.
Relatively not murdery.
Yeah, everything was about level 19 or so I seen, and you're level 17, so
That's good. Yeet.
come collect your healing.
Zoom.
May I present?
Fine.
Goodbyes. No thingies. Okay. Hooray! I like that character.
Oh, Navia. I see.
I also have her.
Cannons.
And
God.
bring out the cannons. Probably a smart switch in case we run into anything new.
B.
Should I switch?
Nah, you're fine.
Okay.
Mars got it covered.
Oh my gosh,
On
all
board.
the boars!
Death by boar! I'm kidding.
We would have to be low health.
Now you on the
I was gonna say
probably just
easy.
you could
Yeah,
probably just
'cause
get
I
hit
don't
by
think-
all of those boars and you'd probably be dead. I'm sitting here with 36,000 health.
2,000.
What do you got, Mars?
12k for Navia.
Not bad.
2,600 if you want me to be specific.
Almost close to 13.
Wolf, thank you for the posture
Got
check.
19 something on her.
There, if I switch to Yanfei, I've got 5,000.
What is angry?
I don't know what
The slimes, it's fine. I took care of them.
Problem solved.
I gotta see. I think I have all of her No, I don't. I don't even have any of her artifacts leveled up.
Did you go up more?
Oof. No, I did not go up the mountain.
Not up the
I
mountain.
probably went up a plateau and then jumped off. Is probably what you seen.
No, I just didn't see you.
Oh yeah, I had jumped off the other side by the time you got there. Do.
There you are. Now you're climbing a mountain.
Maybe. Oh, sure, you were able to start walking. Okay. I got to it and like, nah, you're climbing.
Immediately. It's just constantly a game of where'd you go? Ah! Building.
I was about to say it's not that hard to miss peas.
Nah, my render distance makes y'all vanish real fast.
Oh,
Can we?
Eat. That's a lot of water.
Water, water, water.
All right. I'm so close to rank 18.
I'll remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
Why am I on a pillar? Get off the pillar.
give me a moment, I'll be there.
Yeah, you're fine. Peace, you have the other person I like. Get back here! I see them in your build. Get back here! I'ma fucking get you! Oh. You win this time, Peace.
Ah. Things are angry.
Rain!
Hello.
Lord of Geo,
Hello.
please do us a favor
Ah!
and clear this up at your earliest convenience. I submit that we cannot afford for the codices to get damp.
It's raining.
Peas.
Mm,
Navia is now at 13k
nice.
HP. I leveled up one artifact so far.
Wow.
Did you do a flower?
No, I did the cup.
There's bad guys right here.
You do flowers for more HP.
I don't have a 5-star flower.
Oh, right. I forgot
Because,
that was one of the things the game wouldn't give you.
Yeah, the
Rude
game decided
game.
to refuse me a flower.
Mars get bullied.
Yes, very much.
Hmm.
Well, alright.
I just murked all these guys.
Remarkable condition.
Perfect.
Oh, there's a thing.
Alright, let's get you this fast travel point now.
Oh, there was a fast travel point back there?
Yes.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeet in that general direction. I don't know who the fuck you are, get out of here! It's a good thing if I ignore the requests they can't join.
Yeah, no. That's what I usually do. I just let it time out.
Normally
Oh, there's a chest.
force them to fuck off. It's fine.
I can't do anything against this guy. I'm Hydro.
That sounds like a
Ah.
you problem.
But we
Run
chest.
away.
Wait.
Can't climb without stamina.
This seems safe.
Coming.
We can definitely write this off as
Yay!
incidental gains.
Rank 18.
Oh.
Woo!
So small.
You're a little small, but it's fine.
Hey, I started out at the bottom of rank 17 today, so everything that we did.
This weather's got me in the mood for reciting some laws.
Yeah.
Let's see. Commercial Law of Leela, Chapter 27, Section 6, Article 3 stipulates that... Wait, what was it? Oh my goodness, I've completely forgotten. What is wrong with me today?
Oh. This pain in the butt one. Luckily, there's a lot of stopping points on this
Yes.
side of the cliff.
It is very tiered, yes. There's just a chest up here waiting.
Oh, you little shit. Ah, not the wheat.
Wheat. Oh, hey, there's a chest right here.
Thingy. I see you, thingy in the sky.
Huh. Let's appraise the value on this.
Sky thingy.
Eeh.
Too short. Must climb higher for sky thingy. There we go. Hooray! Oh, look, a chest.
Remarkable condition.
Alright, time to eat my friends. And then I should probably let Hunter clean my vault.
Yeah.
But map.
I know.
We can do it another
It's
day.
so
Plus, I
full.
marked.
But map.
Plus, I also marked down where all the otters are.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. Well, that was very good map progress.
Yes.
Yes, we got one whole region.
All that map that I have now. So much map.
We got you all a Fontaine.
E.
We're slowly working on Leeway.
Then we have
There's
a desert.
only like 2 more.
Yep.
And then a stupid snow mountain.
Ah. That
The
seems
random
fine.
spot between Leeway and Mondstadt. Snow Mountain.
Snow
Oh,
Mountain.
and then if you go down from Mondstadt to the right bottom,
Where am I going? Oh.
there's Inazuma.
Oh. All of his points are very far away.
Yeah. And that's Inazuma way down there.
How the fuck do I get down there?
Technically, you get there by progressing story, and you take a magic storyboat that gets you there.
Oh, magic storyboat.
Yes.
It's like the magic school bus. It's definitely the
much.
same thing.
Or you could just take a really, really, really long ice bridge.
Hmm. True.
Actually, no, I don't think you can.
Hmm.
Oh,
Untrue. Oh, hey, where's the island where I get struck by
Because-
lightning?
That's in Inazuma, down there in that.
Well, someday, chat. Today is not that day.
Probably not anytime soon, because you
Nope.
have to get through, I think, a majority or the entirety of Leeway's story.
Oof. You guys are welcome to hang out and call still while I've cleaned my vault.
yeah.
Okay. Where Hunter must poke.
Still haven't done that. I should do that.
Hunter. Poke.
Cat.
You pet all the cats on Mars?
Yes.
Good. Good.
I have big kitty.
Hello.
Hello.
Give me a second, because I'm in the middle of the match, but I'll be on.
Yeah, you're fine. Take your time. Destiny is deciding it doesn't feel like opening right now, so.
Sounds accurate. It's okay.
Perfect.
Twitch says I currently have 9 minutes of ads for you, so that's cool.
Oh, that's normal.
Alrighty then.
9 minutes 28 seconds. Don't worry.
9 minutes. There's supposed to
9
be
minutes
3.
28 seconds.
Yeah, right?
And it's just frozen at it. So we'll refresh
Oh,
for
yeah,
page.
maybe refresh. It sounds like your ads just stacked somehow.
9 minutes 28 seconds.
What the actual fuck? Yo, if anyone else is stuck in 9 minutes of ads, let me know.
Yeah, that's not great.
You're telling me.
Like a lot of the people I've been watching, it's 3 minutes, but it's like 7 ads that make up that 3 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like, why? Why so many?
I know, anytime someone complains, it's like, I'm watching 9 ads! Why am I watching 9 ads? And I'm like, cool, you're watching 3 minutes of ads. I can't control how many that entails. Unless, of course, you're watching 9 minutes of ads, in which case I don't fucking know what's happening there.
But in my case, it's true.
And I believe you. You, I believe. Rando first-time chatter, on the other hand, not so much. You should blame Twitch, exactly, pretty much.
Always blame Twitch.
Always blame Twitch.
Damn you, Amazon.
Yeah.
Your postmaster is completely out of space if you do not retrieve these items.
Maybe. Maybe just a little bit.
Hang on, because I don't think Amaris shared this with you. I was scrolling through Twitter, and I saw something, and I think you'll enjoy it.
Oh.
This is the German word for slideways. Enjoy.
Whoosh. Awesome.
Whoosh.
Whoosh.
What do you call
That's
it?
it in Genshin. Oh, hey, Cryo.
This is a crusty crab.
Fucking caps lock.
Oh yeah, Stuart, I had that happen in one person's stream.
Twitch has been resetting your
I watched
ads.
3 minutes of ads. The person flashed on screen, then another 3 minutes of ads.
Yeah, I've had that happen before. If they don't have it necessarily set to where it breaks pre-rolls, if you join a stream, you'll get all of the pre-roll ads, but then moments later when their actual ads run, those will run. So yeah.
I had been watching the stream for 2 hours.
And then sometimes there's that bullshit.
I had been there for 2 hours already and that happened.
Well, can't help you there. That's just witch bullshit.
Yep.
So much garbage. Okay, would it be easier if I streamed this to Discord for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me figure out.
If my internet wants to live.
It's true.
Nah, it's gonna
Share my
kill
screen.
itself, probably.
Share Destiny 2.
Yay, Destiny 2, depression.
Okay.
Okay. Now I get to see it twice.
Hooray! Here's my post box. Behold.
Okay. Well, I can see a couple things that can just be gone.
Okay.
See a lot of these purple little
They're not garbage.
I mean, the legendary ones are. The prime ones can also be deleted, though. Anything with more than 4 sides needs to go.
I think you're the only person that doesn't yell at me for deleting these.
Hope you know on my hunter I currently have an entire postmaster full of them. Just because I keep sending them to it.
The desert gets very upset when I delete these.
That was Arcane on last Tuesday when she opened her post box. It was just all Ingrams.
If you're 1810, you don't need the Ingrams. Goodbye.
Imagine all the god rolls we're deleting, isn't it great?
Yeah, it doesn't matter crafting happening. Alright, let's take a look at what's in this. Go to the first one.
Ta-da. Garbage.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to like actually click into it though.
Oh.
It's not bad.
Garbage.
It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's got the Master of Arms perk, which is ass because they killed it.
So garbage.
Yeah.
Ta-da.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I don't know what I can roll on Elsie's rifle. Hang on.
That's not helpful.
It's because I don't care enough about it. There's only one pulse rifle that I care about, and it's not available yet.
Highest DPS legendary rocket is a world drop and not craftable, says Cryo.
No one cares.
Cryo, you want to come argue about what I should delete?
Everything.
Pretty much. My volt's probably trash.
PvE or PvP? That's the question. What do you want on it? PvE or PvP?
PvE.
Okay. You do void subclasses?
Yeah, probably.
Cryo, you
Hello?
muted.
Hi, Cryo.
Hello.
Behold, my
yeah.
trash.
Alright, that's okay, but that wouldn't be the rule I would go after. Actually, hold on. So, quick
You
question.
said PvE.
Yeah, so just PvE. Yeah, that's still a decent role, but not the one I would go after. I would personally go for keep away, and destabilizing rounds. That would be my pick, to be honest.
So trash.
Yeah, it's just a regular. If you get the hollow foil, you want to keep that one because they're really rare to get.
Okay, I think I have some of those in my other stuff. Is this
Nope.
the same?
Trash.
Trash.
Nope.
Trash.
The under over spoils it.
Nope.
Trash.
Yes, the under over.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, actually,
That's funnel web.
More
That's funnel web's role, but I don't know. Yeah.
other perks on it, please.
Oh.
No, it's a regular. The only ones that get double.
I wanted
perks
the
is
mag
funnel
size.
foil.
Nah, I could go.
I'm not a fan of
Trash.
subsistence, to be honest.
More trash.
Trash. Hey, look at that. Hey, Cryo, you know what's crazy? Look at that. That's an empty postmaster.
Wow.
Haven't seen that in a millennia.
Alright, now for the trash in my inventory.
All of it gone.
Oh, yeah.
Ta-da.
I don't know if you have another buzzard. That's a decent one, but if you have another buzzard, it
We'll
might
find out.
be double that.
Eventually.
Hold that then.
I don't even know where you get that from.
No, no.
Trash.
That's from the newest dungeon, Warlord's Ruin.
So trash.
Yeah, I would say,
That,
I
that
would say
can
trash.
go.
Yeah, I would say trash. That's
It's got
decent.
part of what I need.
Hold on to it for now, I would say.
And then the only one of these I have.
If it's the
That
only
must
one
be-
you have, then you hold it.
Must be nice. Still don't have one.
That's not a bad roll, to be honest. So
And it's got chain reaction, which is what I really wanted on it.
I don't like Discord on primaries, to be honest.
I don't like Discord in general.
So trash.
Discord is good on some special ammo weapons, but that's not a special ammo weapon.
Trash.
Yeah.
Okay, not you.
Crafted.
Shotgun.
There. 1-2 punch is good. Repulsive praise I don't really like on a shotgun. You can get better. Yeah, you can
Nothing
get better.
manacles, but even then,
You can get better on a retold. It's also not going away. You have a lot of time for that one.
Okay.
So I would get rid of it. That's a hollow. The one that you hovered over was.
Yeah, I was getting there.
No, touch that one.
crap, delete it.
Trash? What is...
That's
What-
a PvP.
what-
That's a PvP mostly role. So
Other things on it, like mag and barrel.
I don't think it's worth it.
Oh god, the recoil direction! I just looked at it.
She's on mouse and keyboard. She'll be fine.
It's 49.
Yeah, she's on mouse and keyboard. She'll be fine. I get rid of it. To be honest, that is my.
Is it your only one? That's the question.
It's a good
also,
question.
I'm pretty sure. Can't you craft that cryo?
Yes, you can craft that. So out.
Trash. Okay,
That was
shiny.
No.
Isn't that the?
Unless you have another
that's-
shiny version of that
Behold,
with
it
better
has
perks.
no choices.
That's because that's the guarantee off of the bounty. It's still a shiny though. I would keep that. You don't unless you have another one of those with better perks, and then you would scrap that. For
We'll
the better
find
perks.
out.
The only role I like on Recluse is destabilizing round through Pulsar Brace.
I'd actually keep that.
EBH.
I can
actually
keep it
keep
for
that.
now. See if I have a better
can
one.
keep it. Yeah, I would say keep it for now. I personally am a fan more of inline action than threat detector. Although threat detector is still a good perk.
Hey, look, there's your PvE
That's the one. That's the one I would pick.
Congratulations.
That's the
Looks
one
like I
would
already
pick.
have it locked.
Alright.
Everything
means
else can be tossed.
trash.
Goodbye, 07.
out, not that one.
Shard it.
It's got explosive light.
07, shard it.
I think you could do better.
Do I have better?
Well, it's not that
No,
one.
that-
for sure.
07
It's not
on that one.
It's not that
Trash.
one. That one is better.
That one's
Oh,
better?
oh, yeah, that one's better. Bait and switch better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's unlock the... Oh, it's because it's equipped.
You can't
Fucking-
scrap it in your hand.
No, just go in the trash. Okay, you guys liked that one. Is this
No.
one trash?
Trash.
Trash. Okay, there's all the shit. Oh, it's a sword, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
that-
no.
Into
No.
the trash.
Might act like I didn't see that actually.
Why do I have so
Hey,
much
Cryo.
fucking shit on me?
Crowd, go ahead and just destroy her armor.
Oh, are we
okay.
destroying armor?
Anything that is, I imagine you have a set of artifice armor on your character, right?
Probably not on her
So-
hunter.
I feel like she
I
would because
have-
she would play
I-
the most on her hunter, right?
I have really shitty artifice armor.
I
What
still
you're
think-
saying is you need to do it.
My cloak's
I still
artifice
take
armor.
I would still take like
Also wearing-
low 60s artifice armor over high 60s regular armor though. to be
No,
honest.
the stats spread is really bad. That's why I'm not using it. The stats are trash on it.
Well,
What's the dungeon this week?
Grasp of Avarice is actually really easy to get artifice armor on that one. I don't have the checkpoint, but also it only lasts until tomorrow, considering it's Monday.
So you're saying we have all night.
If only.
There's no way I just saw a 51 stat total chest piece in your collection right there.
Okay, so
Oh,
here's the-
probably. I have
okay, so
random
here's the-
things for random reasons.
Alright, here's the deal. Every armor piece except for cloaks. So the rest of them that are not cloaks, unless they're an exotic, or their stat total is above 60, you trash them. Alright?
We're going low as 60.
Or no, I want to see where we land first.
I need to make sure that I
So-
have, because I was saving a set of the Riven's Curse armor so that I can get that triumph done. I need to make sure I actually have at least one of each before I delete the ones in my inventory.
I feel like you can get those really easy though. I don't.
Yeah, I just don't want to
where,
have to
but,
re-get them.
Uh,
Because this is something that I'll probably do, like, soon.
okay, that's fair then. All right, so so go into each piece of them and lock a reverie, whatever it was called again.
I've got a
then-
helmet in my item already that has something on it, so the helmet can go. Can I just search by that Raven's Curse?
You can.
Okay, helmet. The arms in my inventory need to stay. I just don't have room to put them in my box. The chest in my inventory needs to stay. The boots need to stay. And the cloak needs to stay. Gross. Okay. Oh, they probably got forced back into my inventory. I was like, I know I already put these into... Okay. Okay, so now I'm deleting shit.
Alright. Without the mods in, so like base default if it's 60 or below. So if you see a masterwork on it, it's minus 12 of what the total stats is. If you see a mod piece on it, it's minus 10. And if you see both, it's a minus 22. So that would be
fine.
that would be a 60.
That's 60.
Yeah, that
I'm
would
a
be 60.
hoarder.
We had no idea.
Yes, hoard it all.
So much shit.
So that's a 61.
The arms need to stay.
Personally, I have no armor
Oh, that's
other
the new
than
shit.
season-specific armors
you can
go.
and
God.
exotics.
You can go.
Gone.
A lot of this looks like newer stuff that I just hadn't gotten around to yet. Except for that needs to stay, even though it's trash. It can be trash after I do the thing. Not about that either. Just need to stay. Okay. Not worried about all that though. Okay. It's pain and suffering.
Yikes. Okay.
Behold my bullshit.
Uh,
Okay, you can go.
well, I see one already. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. All right. Anything we have from repeat that we have here. So
I see a
the
couple
3
weapons that are
snipers. Yeah.
potentially craftable.
Yeah, probably. I probably just haven't gotten around to them yet.
Alright, so, well, you hung over the sniper rifle, so we might as well look at that first.
You said repeats, so that's where I hovered.
Yeah, so, okay, what's the next one? Next one. I don't like any of them.
I mean, I'm not particularly
I'm not
attached to
gonna
them.
lie.
They can go in the trash.
They can all go then. They're not craftable, and you can find better rapid fire frame sniper rifles somewhere
Not
else.
gonna lie, was kinda hoping that all 3 of them were gonna just be adrenaline junkie.
Again, neither of them I really like. The right one's okay. The left one is more bleh PvP. Right, so just keep going until you see repeats, and then we'll look at it.
Second row.
Ambitious, pugilist, and then what is it?
I'd
I'll take
rather
the-
have the mulligan rangefinder.
That's for the Mulligan Rangefinder is for PvP. The other one I would say is more suited for PvE.
That's probably why I have them both, then. That's probably what I got told last time, too.
Okay. Although it's an adaptive
Probably
frame,
what Wolf told you.
It's an adaptive frame. I'm not a particular enjoyer of adaptive frame submachine guns in PvP. It's fine.
I mean, if they're both just not great, I can just get rid of them. I don't have to have one of everything, as much as I wish they had the vault space for that.
But one of everything.
I know.
Don't
Well,
give
you
up
said
your one of everything arcane.
Well, you said you wanted to gear it towards PvE, so...
Generally speaking, I mean, it doesn't hurt to have a couple of things, but largely that's... I really don't pay as much attention to that, so I'm never gonna know which one was which.
Personally speaking, the perks on both of them are not particularly suited well for PvE. The left one more so suited for PvE, but still not still not a good combination, in my opinion.
I mean, I can just get rid of the left one then, if it's just not
Okay.
great for anything.
Yeah, that's fine.
I guess I have 2 of these that I just never... I don't know if I
They
can
are-
craft this, or if I just haven't...
That one's craftable. Yes, I don't know if you have.
Yeah, that's what I
the-
was... I don't know if
the
I have
blueprint,
it or not. I
but-
don't think I do.
Might as well take a quick check then. You're
Okay.
on page 2, so.
Because I think I just got the stuff for the hand cannon and then said fuck it to the rest of that raid.
It's a mood. The real mood.
Patterns and cannons.
What
Special
page
ammo.
is- Thank you.
Sniper. No, you have 3 out of 5.
So close.
Must be nice.
Page
That sniper rifle, from my personal experience, is more of a PvP weapon. And neither roles I see. Well, snapshot one is okay, but not the other one. The other one's a PvE role, but I think you could do better. I.e.,
Succession.
what was it? Succession. Yeah, Succession
Trash.
is kind of the
One-
sniper that rules PvE.
One of the 3 rolls that you can get. What's the gun above the Hungary that you're at?
That guy?
Oh, that's the pulse rifle. Okay.
E.
I thought it was another.
No.
I don't like that.
I thought it was a Zally's.
I don't
No,
like
my
the perk
Zally's is
roll on that one
crafted.
either. I don't like the perk roll on that one either, to be honest.
On the Smite of Moraine.
Nah. One for all requires you to hit 3 different targets before you could even get to activate the perk, and it lasts for 10 seconds. On a pulse rifle, that's kind of slow activation. Because you have to do one, unless you're like
Do it.
crazy and you whip
Do
fire.
it.
Whip fire.
Do it.
Yeah. I would just get rid of it, to be
Okay.
honest. Even it also eventually becomes craftable, so.
Okay. 2 hung juries, because hung jury's not special, and I don't know
yes.
why they put it in the pool.
I'd get rid of both. You could do better. In fact, I think the default holofoil hung jury that you get is better.
Yeah, there's only 1 or 2 weapons that I have that I'm not getting rid of, and I think I know which ones they are, so...
Just tell me if we hit one of those.
Yeah.
I'll back off. It's
The
not
only
mine.
roses I
Ooh,
have.
The 1600 one is really good, in my opinion.
If she's on arc, yeah, I can definitely see that as a very strong one. But that would be for PvP. That one, Rose primarily is a PvP gun, and that is not a PvP role.
Eat. Into the trash. Okay, this garbage.
Ooh. ESI kill clip. We like that one.
Again,
I'm
that's
pretty sure I
PvP.
told you specifically to pick that one up for PvP.
that is a PvP role. Yeah.
Potentially then, yeah. So is the other one
Yeah.
trash?
Yeah, just trash. Dem-
Let's see, more
Demo
duplicate.
Adrenaline Junkie is usually a solid combination, but I don't really see it on a high impact auto rifle. You would want like something like a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of
I
these
would
is clearly
consider-
newer than the other because it's not locked.
I consider the right one better for PvE. Yeah, I would consider the right one better for PvE. Focus Fury has not been a really good perk,
Yeah.
really.
So trash.
Yeah, mostly
Yeah.
because it requires you hitting. What was it like? Hitting precision shots for the top half of the mag would strengthen the bottom half.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
certainly not happening. Anything that has that can go.
And usually by then you either have killed your target, or you're shooting a boss. And why are you shooting a boss with a primary?
With primary, yeah.
I like
don't-
4th times, but
I
like
think
that's
the-
just me.
I think the left one can go immediately.
Okay.
Threat detector only activates when you're in close proximity, and with an auto rifle, that's kind of too close. still have a revolver. Interesting. I keep that left one.
Keep the left one.
I'll keep the left
Yeah.
one. The right one can go. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Wow, my only time in doing special stuff.
You can
Right.
keep both of them because it's special stuff.
If you had to choose, I'm not making you force on this one. If you had to choose, I would keep the right one at the very least. They're
Yeah,
both
because they
PvP.
nerf target lock on SMGs.
Immortal's a PvP gun through and through.
I mean, if it's nerfed, I really don't care about just because it's special. By doing special shit, it can still go.
Sure. Not my choice.
Hey, White Wolf, how you doing, dude? All right, let's see. I got 3 of these fuckers.
No, not perfect float. That's fine. Okay, so far left I think can go immediately, in my opinion.
Okay. We're nuking my vault.
Left is PvP, right is PvE.
I think I can just hang out for now.
Autumn Wind is
Marius,
another
I've not
PvP
caught every fish, by the way.
pulse.
You have not?
I've not caught every exotic fish.
Oh gosh.
Killing Wind, Hitseeker, and Demo. I would consider Autumn Wind a PvP pulse rifle, so I would get rid of the right one. Right one's more geared towards PvE, but you can get better pulse rifles for PvE than Autumn Wind.
I don't use a lot of pulse rifles anyways.
What's the first one?
First time was pretty
Okay.
Do those
Okay.
have different? Do those have different perks though? That's the question, because they can have different perks if they came masterworked. Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Not really better.
Okay, show me the other one. Show me the other one.
It looks like I've probably already looked through these at least a little.
Hey, you know what? I think that was the better one, Cryo.
The one that she's showing now, or the one
Yes,
one
the
before?
one that she's showing now.
Interesting. I would pick the other one, to be honest.
I mean, they can
Same.
both stay. We can circle back if we have to.
Sure, we can circle back.
If I don't delete enough stuff, we can come back to the things that stayed.
Left is a PvP role, right? I don't. No. Okay. Pressurized precision is another PvP gun. I would get rid of the right.
Yeah, I
right
probably
one.
only
If you
kept this because
really-
it had hatchling on it. That's probably the only reason I
If
kept it.
If you really want a strand fusion rifle, you would take the one from Season of the Witch that's craftable. Skyder Signal, I believe it was called.
Okay, yeah, these are...
Those are craftable, so... Those are craftable, and I have not been impressed by any perk combination from them, to be honest. So...
What one? Oh, different times.
I didn't like most of the weapons from this season.
Yeah, the only one that I wanted was the hand cannon, and I got it, and I was like, alright, cool.
Oh no, I like the pulse rifle.
I know you... Yeah, I think
The
you
look-
liked the pulse rifle, and I hated the shit out of the hand cannon.
The looks are nice, but none of the perk combinations have wowed me, to be honest. Also,
I also
they're
like the shotgun this season.
also those are craftable. So if you have the patterns for those, you can probably ditch
Probably not.
these immediately.
If they're not crafted, I probably don't have the pattern for them. Because I did not put the effort into getting all of the patterns.
You said that, but we had one on the other page that was right next to its craftable version, though. Yeah.
That was because it was a wellspring weapon, and I had been running that trying to get stuff.
Still
Okay.
don't have my glaives.
Alright, well, show me
That's
the
what
two
I
rolls
was.
again.
The glaives is what I was trying to get. I got one of them. I only need one more finally.
I would keep the hatchling roll, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the duplicates on this page.
Wait, what was the left one again? Okay, Discord everywhere.
Oh, the Discord.
I know. Okay, if I all right, so show me the middle again, and then show me the left. If I had to choose, I would choose the left one.
To keep or to yeet into the trash?
The left one to keep, the other two to go.
Okay. Big boys.
They can roll with another perk on the third column, so you'll need to scope in for me. Thank you. Ooh, okay. Alright, what's the other one? I like the left one more.
Okay.
For PvE, I like the left one more. Why do you have two of them?
I don't know why I have two of these. They're identical, aren't they?
They are static rolled. You can't get any other difference.
Because I probably never paid attention. Okay.
Okay.
These guys are barely different.
I don't like either of them again. Mostly because I know the perk combinations you can get on that pulse rifle, and neither of them are the good ones.
I mean, if they're both trash, then they're both trash.
I would say both are trash. Scroll to the left submachine gun, the one that looks like that has the Vanguard coloration on it.
Ta-da.
Okay. If you go back to the Pizzicato SMG, the one you're hovering over right now is the God roll, and that would be the kinetic submachine gun I would always choose. If I had to run a kinetic submachine gun.
Wait, if I go back to the what?
You know the Pizzicato submachine gun?
That one.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the PvP roll, so. Although I don't like Mulligan, Mulligan and Rainfire. That's a weird combination. Okay. It's a high impact. High impacts aren't really great with Hatchling, in my opinion. That's a PvP roll, so I would probably... And I would get rid of that. Again, I would say Skyr Signal is the better PvE strand fusion rifle. So the only reason you would be keeping another strand fusion rifle is if it's for PvP. What's it on? Ah, yes, explosive head. Ah, yes.
Explosions.
I would keep the hatchling one. Bows are always notoriously have high aim assist, which means getting the proc off of hatchling with a precision kill is easy for bows.
Alrighty, I'm gonna pop out and go do things with another friend.
Have fun!
Okay.
Goodbye, peace! See you tomorrow!
Bye.
Good night. I think you can do better on all of them.
Probably.
All of them. Mostly because I see the lack of a perk called Reconstruction. Reconstruction is what makes Succession the PvE choice for sniper rifles.
Okay.
But again, also a crafted one. Not that one, but you can craft it.
Also, they're not shiny, so many whammies.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have to look on what's on my other characters too, because I'm sure they all have shit sitting on them. I have two of these apparently.
Oh. I think neither.
I think one of them has to stay unless I have a better arc hand cannon somewhere.
Nation of Beasts. Do you have Nation of Beasts?
I have one. And we will see it in here at some point, unless we've already passed it.
Okay. Also, if you go to the top right of this page, I see the Adept Warden's Law and a regular Warden's Law right next to each other. Unless I'm mistaken.
You are not.
That's a PvP roll. That's why it's there. Okay.
But yeah, if these both need to go, then they can both go.
let's see what your other Arcane canon is later down the line. If it impresses me more than these two, then we can backtrack and scrap
Nation
those two.
of Beasts has Kill Clip Perpetual Motion.
It's also Nation of Beasts is also craftable, but I imagine
I have
you
no
don't
pattern
have
progress.
It yet. Yeah. You said perpetual and what?
Kill Clip.
That's a PvP roll. Okay. I would scrap the right one because your Nation of Beasts, I would say, has a better roll overall for PvP.
These guys.
Neither. Neither is my opinion.
Double trash. Okay, that's this page cleared.
What have we here? Even undated computer languages are rich in temporal information. You can date a file by the symbology.
So left one? The left one is a PvP roll. The right one, I don't like Grave Robber on a pulse rifle, especially a high impact pulse rifle that is a slow firing. You want distance mostly for pulse rifles, which means you're either going to proc Grave Robber and you're going to not shoot the gun, or you never proc Grave Robber and you stay far away from everything else. In other words, it's basically kind of a dead perk in my opinion.
In other words, it's trash.
It's like the same idea as like if you have Grave Robber on a scout. Are you scouting or are you punching in that situation?
Yes.
Wayline Frenzy and Auto Vorpal. Interesting.
Hey, Melon Wolf. Yeah, we're nuking my vault. You want to join us?
I'd keep Auto Vorpal. Between the two, I would keep Auto Vorpal in my opinion.
Well, you don't want the wee woo rounds?
Wee woo.
That's why I hesitated a little bit, but I'm like, why reload when I could just swap to a different gun for like 5 seconds and go back to it afterwards? Also, it's a pellet shotgun. Most uses of pellet shotguns are 1-2 punch.
Trash.
Underdog? Oh no. The right one's a god roll.
Exponentially better.
The right one's a god roll. The left one can go immediately. No contest on that one.
Okay, these ones aren't next to each other, but...
I see. Okay, ambitious?
Great Robber.
Okay, so
But see, that one makes sense because you're a sidearm user, so you gotta be kinda close.
You're kind of already within range, so that with a Grave Robber does make sense. So this comes down to personal preference.
I have very little.
The right one, the one you're hovering over, is if you're just using the sidearm and like, irrespective of anything else, you're just using the sidearm as your gun, as your weapon, as your damage dealer. The other one is a better synergy for melee builds because you can shoot your gun and close the distance while shooting your gun, and then punch them, and then you can move to the next one. Sympathetic Arsenal is a bit on the weaker side of perks, but because of what you probably could do with it, it auto reloads the rest of your guns as you're basically closing the distance.
Now, Wolf, I can't just nuke all of my sidearms.
Yes, you can.
No, chat has to be able to pay money to make me use one.
Yeah, so this is personal preference. Do you want a sidearm purely for shooting sidearm, or do you want a sidearm that builds into a melee build?
I mean, if it's on arc, it's already part of a melee build.
Ew.
Because punch dodge, punch dodge, punch dodge.
The thing is, you can't always guarantee you're on an arc build though. So like, let's say you're on a solar build and you
then I would use.
And you had to choose the two.
Then I would not use this sidearm.
which is an interesting conundrum, as you can see.
Then we use Drang.
I would say. Show me the first one again. I would say keep the other one because Hunter probably has like hinted a little bit of it. There's other sidearms out there as well that are probably better at being a sidearm than this one.
Yeah. Okay, I think this page is clear.
Man, look at all those crafted weapons.
Isn't it great?
Insidious is craftable. Don't know if you have it yet, but it is craftable.
I might, hold on. Where?
I don't.
We're on page 5.
Look at that. 38 gone already.
Thinking of a different weapon, but I can just search and see if I've crafted. I only have 2 in my inventory, so if it is craftable, I do not have it made. What is that again?
Insidious.
Uh-huh.
Pulse rifle.
Just a regular pulse rifle?
An
Oh,
arc
hey, look!
pulse rifle. Yes.
So into the trash they go!
Yep, into the trash they go. Easy.
Trash. Okay.
Yes,
These
the
guys
chode.
sneaking out.
You can craft that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you craft that.
If this is
And
from
with the
the
bow.
if this is from the exotic missions, I can almost guarantee I don't have them.
It is not. It
It's
is not
not,
from the
it's
exotic
from
missions. It's from a
Battlegrounds.
season.
Oh.
Yeah, it's from an old season.
And probably certainly don't.
It's at the war table right now. Pretty sure.
No.
Maybe, actually, no, it's not. It's from...
No, that was last year. It
Last
was
year.
the
Yeah,
war table
no.
last year.
It was the season that Amanda Holiday got turned into a piece of toast.
That was this year.
Was it this year?
That one came out when we had to fight Keitel. When Keitel showed up and it was like bend the knee and then the Zavala was like no.
Nah, fuck you.
So when Salad Man became Salad Toaster.
Aren't these the weapons that drop in the rotator?
In Vox Populi? Yes.
Yeah, that's what I said when I said exotic mission, the rotator.
Yes, but it was originally from the season last year.
I don't mean originally.
That's
what I'm saying. If they are now currently what drops from that, then no, I don't have them craftable because I didn't pay any attention to that season. That was one of my drop-off periods.
Yeah, fair enough. I have not been particularly fond of that auto rifle. I think there's a better auto rifle. I mean, there is Prospector in the Prophecy. So if you really want a decent PvE auto rifle, I would probably go to Prophecy and get rid of these.
I'm just trash them. That's fine. Okay. These are not the same thing. These are though.
What's the left one? Left one's outright better.
Okay. I think I have another one of these. Hold on. Or did I already take them off and shove them in here and that's why it's present? Nope, I'd already shoved it in here. Okay, it's not on any of my characters. That's why I check. Okay, little red guys.
What's the left one again? I keep the left one. Incandescent is usually a perk that sells me.
Same. Good shit.
Good soup. Good soup.
I see a glaive that is craftable, I believe. Although I don't know if you have.
Where?
To the right of Trespasser, the exotic sidearm. Second row.
That guy. There you
Fifth
go.
column. Fourth column. Do you have that craftable? I'm pretty sure it's craftable. That was during Season of the Haunted.
Ooh,
that
tough
counts,
call
any
on that one. No, I only got one season of the haunted weapon crafted.
Okay. Oh well. I mean, it is a glaive. That would be your discretion on that one. I'm not a glaive admirer.
Neither am I.
There's only one glaive I enjoy, and that is the Titan glaive because I can make tiny jello cups everywhere. And it's
God, the
hilarious
first
to
time
me.
I saw someone do that, I was so confused. I was like, gumdrops! Why are there gumdrops?
I was like, what? What
They
is
were
this?
so confused by why I was asking them about gumdrops.
I'm like, what?
The Mars and Peace had no clue what I was talking about. I'm like, there's gumdrops!
Whatever you say, Arcane. Whatever you say.
Let's see. Third row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 column. The sidearm. Do you have that one crafted? That is not a good rule.
Probably not. Is it tracking trash?
That is a craftable. I don't know if you have a crafted.
What does it drop from?
Season of the Plunder.
Probably not.
That one's actually a pretty decent PvE sidearm.
I can
because you
double
roll
check,
bullshit
but
with
I
it.
don't think I do. No.
Nuts.
I mean, I could
Alright,
hold on to it and jam a freaking harmonic resonance thing into it at some point.
Sure. Why not?
Give me one step closer.
Okay, where were we?
I think that was everything on
everywhere here.
this page. Unless there's just something else that you think is trash.
Funnel web. Funnel web, upper right. No. No, not that one. Not with that roll.
I thought people liked funnel web.
Also funnel web falls into the same category as recluse, and I think we all know that recluse kind of beats out funnel web now.
Okay.
In my opinion.
They did until Recluse was re-released. Understood. Now it's trash.
My singer is still nice, but yeah, I would say recluse is still better.
Okay.
Hey, grenade launchers.
Yeah. I might have more of these.
I keep the right one.
Do I have another one of these? I might have another one of these. Where do you fall? Maybe not. Maybe I already put them back in here.
Wait a minute.
What?
Show bottom right. Show me those 2 hand cannon rolls. What's the other one? I keep the Voltron one, and I scrap the one on the left, and I scrap the 2 all the way back.
All the way back.
So I would keep that one.
Page was that on?
And I don't remember. 2? Oh wait, no, it was just you just passed it. There it is. You see that one?
This guy? Hey, wait a second.
They're the same thing. They're the same thing.
We've been bamboozled.
It was we.
Oh, you didn't say anything either.
Okay.
Is this the page we were on? Oh.
Yeah, this is what the page.
They ended up on different pages now.
Get rid of that one.
Get rid of that one. That was fast.
Yeah.
This one good?
I like that one. I like that one. Until you can get one with envious destabilizing, then that would trump that one. For that one,
I don't think I ever paid attention to getting a good one of these.
do you care for an aggressive frame?
I don't know, do
Something
I?
you get over any others. They're harder hitting, but they're slower firing. They're also a little bit more. They also have a little bit more range to them than a light submachine gun, a lightweight frame.
Yeah, I don't know that I ever really used this weapon that much, so I wouldn't really know.
I would not. I don't like either then.
I probably only kept them so I had at least one of the event weapons.
They will come back. Don't you worry. I mean, Taraxipos is from the same. Is from the same event.
Yeah,
so...
but then they decide to make it a barely different picture and put it in an entirely different spot, and I'm like, why'd you do that? Why couldn't it have just been the same one?
Up to your discretion, then. I don't like either of them.
You dislike one of them more?
I dislike
All of them.
the envious assassin more.
Okay, trash. Alright, more glaives.
What? I like the right one more.
Okay.
Again, incandescent is the only selling point.
The bar is in hell.
You have a craftable pulse right next to a regular one on the far right. A little bit on the top.
Ah.
Second row.
Eat.
2 pocket rockets. Or pocket sidearms. Ooh, okay. This is a PvP gun, if I remember correctly. So I would get rid of the right one.
Oh,
There's
the
not a lot
fireball
of
shot.
good reload perks. If you want a volt shot hand cannon, you already have one. Because
Oh.
I saw the Waking Vigilant player.
Okay.
That one is slow firing and very slow reloading. So by the time you
Oh, then it probably is gonna feel like trash and I'll hate it.
by the time you finish reloading for your volt shot, everything is probably dead because your friend showed up and yelled at you for why you didn't kill them fast enough.
These guys are fun.
Uh-huh. I definitely keep the left one.
Okay.
I would definitely keep the left one.
I
They're
hate
both
the
volt
potato.
shots, so. I also don't like the potato.
Everyone made such a big deal about the potato. I got it and went, this is trash.
What was the deal about it, Hunter? Because I wasn't on board with that train.
I think it was just that it was the potato and it came back and oh my god, potato.
Okay.
What are we talking about? What is the potato?
Optative.
Optative.
It was me. Hi, that was me. Because it was a good 180 that was really easy to get that you can just max range into.
Gotcha.
Because the only other 180 that's craftable right now is Prosperity.
Word of Crota.
Okay, again, that's another raid weapon.
But is this craftable?
Yes, not easily
Also-
accessible.
Also, it can 3-tap in PvP nowadays.
Okay, again, raid weapon, not easily accessible. Optative, easy, good.
I like. Wait a minute. We're having this conversation again. Did you keep the other retail hotel?
Maybe.
It's a good question. Hello.
Ew, no, get rid of that one. Immediately see dual loader, no. I know they bumped it, but no. Ah.
I was like, yeet it, yeet it.
Girls like, get
rid
this out of
of
my
it."
face.
No, gone, be gone. It burns.
Okay.
Ugly,
Okay.
it's hideous.
Okay, the left one is more for void builds. The right one is more for melee builds.
Alright, we'll circle
What
back.
do you desire more? Fine.
You sound so upset.
I'm here as who was it?
You're welcome.
Who was it for the Matrix again who held out the blue and the red pill?
Morpheus.
Yeah, I'm Morpheus. I'm trying to get you to eat one of the pills, not walk away from me.
You held out your hands and I just double high-fived you.
Surprise, bitch!
Oh, swear words.
The red pill or the blue pill? We're just gonna go to the next page, actually.
I would take the one with Relentless Strikes over Tireless Blade. Tireless Blade requires you to kill enemies to proc it. Relentless Strikes, you just swing at something, and you're good.
Supposed to kill stuff?
Yeah, tireless blade. You get ammo back when you kill things.
We're supposed to kill things
I
in this game?
think
How
that was a
dare you.
sarcastic question.
Kill things in my fishing simulator? How
Wow.
dare you?
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
The top one is a PvP roll. It's a pretty good PvP roll. The bottom is a meh PvE roll, in my opinion.
So,
and I personally would say that Edge Transit beats it out now. So I would get rid of that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you ever think in this day and age
this
you would
guy.
say Edge Transit is better than some other GL?
No. because at the time when it could have been good, it got overshadowed by Swarm of the Raven. So
The Swarm of the Raven was amazing.
yeah, no.
That's a really
no,
cool
I did
sounding
agree.
gun that I wish I could have.
You
You
can.
can. Iron Banner.
Oh,
Iron
I
Man.
probably have one then.
It's past its prime now. Though.
Oh, sad.
Because so
It
the
was
strength
past
of,
its prime about nine seasons ago.
so the strength of Swarm of the Raven back then was Lunafaction boot Warlike Exotics auto-loaded your gun while it was in your hand. So you
Yeah.
never ran out of ammo while you just kept spraying down with your grenade launcher. That was
Alright, my brain
the
stopped
reason why-
listening. Start over, sorry.
so Lunafaction boots
Yes.
back then was incredibly broken because it reloaded your gun
Okay.
a second after it realizes your gun has no ammo in it.
Ah.
And you could stack Rally Barricade with it too.
So back then the idea was using Tractor Cannon because Tractor Cannon's debuff only gave you the full 35% debuff back then with a void weapon. So it had to be a void weapon, which Swarm of the Raven is a void GL. Swarm of the Raven also could get spike nades, which gave you an additional damage bump to it. And on top of Lunafaction boots, you never had to reload.
Love not reloading. It's great.
So you could literally empty 24 grenade launcher shots onto a boss.
Or more, if you had the right.
And
Because
then
back
swap
then
it.
it was still you had to have the right armor, right?
Yeah. I believe so, yeah.
That was Forsaken.
Yeah, for reserves and all that, I believe. Basically, like 24 plus grenade launcher shots without ever having to reload. Swap to your next gun, which is probably going to be mountaintop in that situation. And
100%.
fun fact, when you fire a mountaintop shot, because of how Lunafactions worked back then, it just auto-reloaded your mountaintop. So you just kept firing your mountaintop without ever reloading your grenade.
It was a
Your
great
mountaintop.
time. It was a great time.
So, I found something on one of my characters. Hold on.
It's also why Mountaintop Recluse was so prevalent, is because Tractor Cannon plus that plus Mountaintop plus Formula Raven.
I may have found another one.
Gosh darn it. It's not full shot, get rid of it.
Doesn't
I mean,
matter.
you have a Volt shot Waking Vigil right there. So unless your next Waking Vigil that you find out of the blue has Volt shot, I would also.
I think that's the last one I had.
Gotcha. All right. Okay.
I did
so
find
where
I
were
have
we?
one of these that I need to delete. Because I literally
Yes, you
have
to
the
craft
fucking crafted one.
it. Out it goes.
Trash. I have any other crap in my inventory? Probably.
Right now we're on duplicates, so we'll stick
Yeah.
to that, and then we can backtrack for anything that you already have crafted.
Is this the page? This is the page I was on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
These
Alright,
guys.
So the machine guns. Okay, and okay.
Hada.
It's a craftable machine gun. I
Well.
know that, but you said but this was during the season. You said
During
you
the
Yeah.
had
time.
checked out. So I don't
Okay,
like
that's the same thing.
I don't like either again.
Well,
I would keep the right one if I had to choose.
keep the right
I
one.
would keep the right one.
But also, if you're using that type of machine gun, we literally have Retrofuturist.
The oldest encryption method
Rocket launcher.
That is again a craftable weapon during Season of the Haunted, but you said you only had one gun crafted for the Season of the Haunted, so it can't be this one.
Yeah, I don't. What gun is it that I have? There was a weapon during that general time period, and I don't know what season it was from that I like really put the effort into.
Beloved, Drang,
Mida?
I'm pretty sure the mini tool came back then.
Yeah, mini tool. That's the one, probably.
Also could be Drang, because Drang came back too.
I don't think I have a
Stringer.
crafted.
I think it is your
Was-
mini tool.
Was Blood Feud around that same time too? Because I have that.
Nope, that was Pleasant.
Let's hear
That
this
was
the next
Plunder.
season
It was
after.
after. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then it's my mini tool that I put the time into. Because I think that as things were starting to go away, someone said this is the weapon that you need to have, and I went ah. And spent all the time before it went away making sure I had it.
Alright. Okay, so back to these rocket launchers then.
Eh.
Uh-huh. I don't like either. They're so bad. There's some bad perks everywhere.
Cryo, does this call for our emotional damage?
Yeah.
Emotional damage.
You're
If
welcome.
I had to pick, and I sincerely don't want to, I would keep the left one.
Keep the
And I
left one.
really just don't want to.
I do not want to. I am wounding my friend.
If I had a choice, I would just choose not.
If I had these options when I go my vault for my vault cleaning,
You.
I'm questioning past
400.
cryo.
I would have 400.
To be fair, I don't think Cryo is the last person who cleaned my vault.
I would
No, it was me. Then you filled it back up.
Okay, to be fair, how would I have refilled it with Bump in the Night?
Just watch Hunter. It's gonna be the meme that they showed on the showcase. She's just gonna have a whole page of Edge transits.
Edge transit.
Which one
Edge
is that?
transit. Edge transit.
What?
Which one is that again?
The
Edge
grenade
transit.
launcher
Grenade launcher.
from Into the Light. The heavy grenade launcher.
Don't
from
worry,
Into the
currently I think I only have 3 of those.
Light.
Unless
Alright,
there's
so you
some
gotta
in my...
work.
Yeah, no, only 3 of those I think. Unless there's some
Alright,
hiding.
so you need 47 more. Got it.
Edge transit. Oh, there's 4 of them. Sorry, there is one somewhere
need
in my
4
box.
Alright, you need 46 more.
Well, we deleted like 3 of them already.
Gosh darn it, throwing. Okay.
Alright, more machine guns.
I keep the left one. Volt shot is usually a good perk, but to proc volt shot, you need a reload. Do you know how long a machine gun takes to reload?
Not very
long.
long if you have
different.
field prep.
Yeah, those are different.
Well, unfortunately, she had triple tap. so
Alright,
no.
behold the page of duplicates.
Ah, yes. Good amount of duplicates.
All of it
There's a lot
gone.
of armor.
All of it gone.
We don't need to look at the armor, it's fine.
Oh no, we do.
No, it's
No.
fine.
No.
You have 3 pages of armor.
Okay.
No, we'll look a little bit at the armor.
Okay, I'm getting rid of the first 2 that you showed me.
Rid of the
right off
first
the
2?
bat. Yeah. Okay, so the left is a boss damage, is more towards boss damage. And the right is more towards ad clear. My personal view is that if it's not a heavy GL wave frame like Hullabaloo or whatever the stasis one for Beyond Light that came out, those types of grenade launchers should be more designated towards boss damage. So both are good roles. They serve different roles though. And in my opinion, ad clearing is best served by a different gun than that type.
Going to change how this page looks slightly by doing something that I see that I need to... There we go.
There you go. Good. Excellent. Good. Get it all out of the way now.
You're
So, up to you.
also on this page.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're
So
also
on the
on this page. You're also on this page. You're also on this page. Anything else on this page? Okay, I think that's everything that's on
Is that
this
Q
page.
shiny edge transits?
Yes. Okay, so
probably one is from default and one is she got it. She got is the actual shiny.
this guy now. We'll circle back to grenade launchers if we have to.
That came from Season of the Witch, which was last season, and it is craftable. Do you have it crafted?
Probably not.
You do.
Oh, cool. Trash. That's convenient.
Look at all this space we already have.
Damn, that crazy, dog.
So nice. I'm gonna fill it with mountaintops.
I'm gonna disown you.
Isn't that what we're doing this for?
No, this is psychological torture for Cryo. That's what this is.
I know. I'm wounding my friends.
I'm over here fishing and trying to help you, and I'm just like, just go back to the happy pace of fishing.
You're like, I'm just gonna let Cryo suffer, and I'm a fish.
I like. It's only slight, but I like the bottom more, the clown destabilizing.
You know, I tried so hard every time I saw something with explosive light, because I got told that was the thing to have.
It used to be the thing to have.
Like, every time I try.
The meta changes like fashion.
Well, in the trash it goes. I've got 2 of these.
That is from Season of the Wish, which is aka this current season. Cough cough. And is also craftable. Do you have it crafted?
Your future rifle.
That is also a pretty good linear fuse.
Yes, you do.
It is.
Very nice.
In the trash.
It's a good linear.
Completing all these triumphs because I just stopped fishing halfway through the season.
I think I used that linear
Alright,
more than I
behold,
used my
4
Taipan.
swords!
Okay, that is a good roll. That is okay. That is okay. No.
That's garbage.
No, that can go.
Trash.
You showed me 3. You showed me 3 pieces of gold, and then threw a piece of coal at me at the end. That is basically what you did.
Hey, coal makes diamonds.
Yeah, with the amount of pressure that's going on my brain, I can definitely make it a diamond.
Perfect. See, I'm helping.
Just remember, you too can support Cryo in his trying time when he has a brain aneurysm.
I'm gonna need an onslaught run from you eventually, then. Blow off all the steam. Okay, what are we doing now?
This is Cryo and Hunter at the moment.
Emotional damage.
Okay, I really like the first roll.
You like the first one?
I really like the first one.
Alright, so trash the others.
This is fishing hole number 12.
I'm trying to see if I can give you any justification for either of the others. Chain reaction is not bad. I would keep the demo one over duelist trance one, so we can narrow it down.
How does demo work on a sword?
You don't reload, but you get
you don't reload.
more grenade energy back anyway.
Okay.
So demo has 2 parts. One is if you get killed with the weapon that has demolitionist on it, you get grenade energy back.
Okay.
And then the second part is if it's a gun that could be reloaded.
Yeah, I knew it did like the reload stuff, so I was sitting there looking and I was like, sword cannot.
The demolitionist chain reaction roll, I would say, is a pretty nice ad clear.
Okay.
Just because I believe the demolitionist also procs off of the explosions of the chain reaction. So if you kill one ad with a sword, the chain reaction blows up things around it. You get more grenade ammo back for one swing. essentially.
Hi, Giga. I'm torturing my friends. Other
Okay,
words
now
for
we're gonna go
nuking
play
my vault.
trials.
So those two... Yeah, so I think we're good there. No, get rid of
No.
that one.
Trash.
No.
Be gone.
Eddie Curry's not good. Not at this
Gone.
moment. You
That
can
one's
hold on
fine.
to that one for now. You can hold on to that one for now. Gosh darn it, they're both the same.
Ah!
Alright, you're gonna
Why
have
do you
to
have two?
show me what you have inside. What else do we have?
What do you have? A knife.
Okay.
A knife!
Okay. Now show me the other one.
God damn it.
Okay, show me the third rocket in that list. Maybe that will help me. No, it doesn't. Okay.
Go. Do a crime.
Get rid of...
See, I have a very limited knowledge. I know that certain perks are good on certain weapons, so I just see those perks and I just stick it in the vault.
So Crux Termination is the highest DPS rocket launcher, legendary rocket launcher you can get currently in the game if you get the right roll. None of those are the right rolls,
Damn
but
it.
they're all pretty good rolls.
I bet I trashed a god roll because I didn't know. What am I looking for on this?
Glide shot, surrounded.
Oh, that 100% would have gone in the trash. I would have had no clue.
Slide shot, you just slide and you reload the rocket. There is no cooldown, which means out of how much does it have? 8? 9? 9 rockets. You fire, slide, fire, slide, fire, slide. You never manually reload.
This sounds like I'm going to blow myself up.
Oh, you will.
100% going to blow myself up.
You will, but man, can you dish out the damage.
So I might blow up, but so will everything around me.
Do you have one of those?
I have a slide shot demo.
Darn, you were so close. Slide shot is still a good perk, so...
Yes.
Yeah. Out of the 3 that you have, I would... it's hard.
One of these two has to go.
Same thing.
Here's my conundrum. Explosive light is a good damage increasing perk, but with demolitionist, you basically can, and the clown cartridge, you can fire 2 rockets that came from the clown cartridge, throw a grenade, it reloads your gun, and procs demolitionist. And then you would fire that 3rd rocket, and then you would manually reload. Gives you 2 clown cartridges. If somehow you get another grenade, you repeat the process. So
this sounds like the better one.
So the right one gives you higher DPS, but lower total damage. The 2 left ones give you higher total damage, but lower DPS. Do you know what I mean when I say total damage versus
Yeah,
DPS?
one's faster damage, one's just higher damage in general.
Yeah. So like out of the 9 rockets, if you somehow were able to fire all 9 rockets at an enemy, the left ones would always have the higher damage out of all 9 rockets.
Mm-hmm.
But the right one
would get the damage in faster.
Would get all 9 rockets out of the way in like a few seconds faster than the other 2.
Yeah.
So it all depends on the boss's damage phase.
Alright, so I can keep one of each. I don't really care, so I mean... Just
Those
pick one of these.
From what you have shown me, I would keep the one with the reload masterwork. Because I remember seeing one with reload masterwork and one with handling masterwork. And the rest of it was rest of the parts was near carbon copy.
So this one was the handling one. Okay, so delete this one.
Yes.
Okay. Marcato. Is that good or a bad
They both have a good perk on them, but they're not a good complementary one. That one I like Onslaught, but not Threat Detector, because if you're firing things with a machine gun that close to enemies, that's usually pretty scary.
Why is that scary?
machine guns, you have a good amount of range, so why not use the range to your advantage?
Finally, I caught the freaking exotic fish.
What is the, and then the left one, I like the demo on the left one because one of the weaknesses of machine guns is if you have to reload them like manually, because it takes a long time to reload machine guns manually. But I don't like surrounded because again, if you're surrounded by ads by that time with a machine gun, you're probably not going to be able to mow all of them down before they claw at your face.
I mean, I can keep them. I've got room for 64 mountaintops.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. I also know that machine gun can roll hatchling, and I would prefer that on the bottom with demo. That would be the role I would be looking for on a Mercado. It's also a world drop, though, so it's kind of hard. It's a little bit harder to find, but it's still in the world drop. I'll leave it up to you on that one.
Swear word.
Okay. Not bad. I keep the top one.
These guys.
All blue. All right. Okay.
Wow.
I scrapped the left one immediately. Bolt shot chain reaction.
Blow up everything. Explosions.
Bolt shot chain reaction is the one everyone went for, and I would agree it was really good. Okay. That one is for boss TPS, but I don't think a wave frame grenade launcher is good. Is something that you would probably want for a boss TPS. If anything, I would take an edge transit as my boss TPS, so I'd probably get rid of that one. The whole
yeah, Wolf's laughing at it too.
That's pretty good.
Okay, now we're back to these guys. You looked at least one of these already, but now there's more of them. Probably want to look at the big guys, huh?
Well, first and foremost, you can scrap the ones that are not shiny. That is my opinion, because you can always get those again.
Oh.
You can't get the shiny anymore once Into the Light is over, and we go into
So I mean, do I want it just because it's shiny, or I mean, if these have better perks, shouldn't I keep?
No, because they're shiny, you keep them.
I'm not saying you delete these ones, but like, why would I delete these if they had like a better roll?
Because we're still getting drops of them. Also, I'm pretty certain you have a good roll because I saw you hover over one of them, and I already saw a good roll amongst them.
Okay, fine.
So keep the shinies.
Keep the shinies.
Get rid of the others.
Okay, fine. Goodbye, trash.
You literally had an auto bait and switch shiny right there. Okay, scope in. I want to know what the other perks are. Heal prep, not bad. Okay. All right. What's the other one? I think the other one is default actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the default. Okay.
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 Armor. Look, I'm a hoarder. Why do I have two of you? Gross.
What's the other one? I like to roll on the left one better, mostly because if you want mobility, you slap on the mobility mod. It's cheaper than slapping on a resilience mod.
Okay. Most of my exotic armor I've gone through. There's a couple that have duplicates.
Walk me through the reason why you were keeping those legendary headpieces right there.
So
those
I'm
legendary
a
helmets.
hoarder, and they were from an event, and there's just not enough room in my vault to have one of everything. This can probably go though.
Yeah, probably. That's from a raid.
Yeah. I don't know why I have two of these though. One of these can go.
I mean those solstice armors you can use as transmog, so it's not like they're gone.
I know. I just.
leave it at that then.
I still
Although
don't need
again,
two of
although
these.
as you say, you don't need both.
Yeah, I don't need both of them. Doesn't matter. Not particularly.
I'll get a team on it.
I mean, I don't think you're gonna wear Iron them. I think this is nostalgia, so it's
Fine.
so it doesn't matter, in my opinion. Again, yeah, it's a question of do you really
some of these I think I only kept the Iron Banner armor because I didn't have the stuff to unlock the transmogs yet.
Gotcha, but now that you have the transmog,
Not necessarily. That's Warlock armor.
but then you can get the transmog.
Yeah, but then I'm fucked when Iron Banner comes around and I haven't because it doesn't look good.
Listen, we all bite the bullet and look ugly during Iron Banner. Why do you have to be
look,
fashionable?
Artifice armor.
You look fucking good. Fuck you.
During Iron Banner? No, it's supposed to be the ugly and we're proud.
I make it look good.
And then this is because it's my
you
cowboy
get kicked
hat.
out for that. Uglies only.
Look, Artifice armor.
That's a lot of ability. Oh wait, you put on a mod. That's why.
Mhm.
That's why it is. Okay. That's actually not. Wait, hold on. Is that Hunter or is that something else?
I think it's Hunter.
Is it? I can't tell.
It doesn't say it's not.
Why aren't you using this? This is actually not a bad roll. Wait a minute, scoped in on that one? Ah, okay. Still a good roll.
Yeah, as good as it is, I don't think it's better. It's like right on the fence of what I already... It's
As
like 50-50 which one's better.
As Artifice armor, I would keep the Artifice. Let's see. So it's 77 stat roll, but you haven't masterworked it yet. So it's technically, at the end of the masterwork, 89. Every stat you see on there should be a +2 to it if you masterwork.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math in my head, and my brain doesn't want to.
So you would have 21...
21, 22.
Yeah. And you have 3 of the...
Which
three
is
of those
not better than what I have.
Wait, hold on, Jonah.
I don't give a shit what the other stats are. I'm caring about the 3 that I actually use.
That would be 89 total. 89 total. Strength is higher. That's where all the numbers are going to.
Because you guys are looking at number totals, I'm only looking at the stats I need.
I see the distribution, and I think the distribution is fine.
If I put this on, the stats I care about will almost all drop.
Show me what... Can you hover off so I can see what your current total stats are?
I don't know why that's higher. I don't know what I have on that did that.
You're at 99.
Usually I'm actually looking and paying attention to that. I don't know what I was... I don't care which one that goes. There we go.
You're at 99 resilience and 77 mobility. Fun fact, you get no benefits if you do not hit increments of 10. So
I swear to God, you guys say something different every time I talk to you.
Who told you otherwise?
The only thing you guys ever tell me is not to go above 100.
Try not to go above 100. It's an eventuality that we all fight with for perfect stat rolls. But yeah, no, every stat only gets benefits if you go increments of 10. Example, your resilience, you have 9 of those points are giving you no benefit.
I hate this game. That's so stupid. Don't have other numbers if it doesn't matter.
Welcome to the reason why we enjoyed having singular digit numbers, and that being the only thing that mattered. Welcome to Forsaken. Welcome to Warmind. Welcome to Curse of Osiris.
But yeah. So with that in mind, yeah. So as we're going through your vault for armor, so I would probably narrow it down to probably like a couple of sets of legendary armor. I don't think you need a lot of legendary armor, especially when you get ones with the correct stat rolls, because the rest of them don't really mean a lot afterwards, in my opinion.
Most of the armor that's in my vault, unless I was just throwing in something to eventually dump into something else later, is all stuff that I just held onto for random reasons. Not necessarily because...
Excellent, so I get to grill you for each one. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Most of them will be clear, others, I don't know.
Alright, well, let's see where we go to then, since it seems like you will not budge on the Artifice armor.
Well, I'm not budging because it's literally not any better. It's not... it's just Artifice armor. It's a word. It doesn't...
Equip onto it for me real quickly.
It's not...
None of the stats that you say mattered have
I actually put that away.
As a result.
No, I didn't. Yeah, it didn't go on. Fucking get your ass back here. There you are.
I guess I can just do mental calculations. Alright, so
I have
22,
to, I have
19,
to not
20.
be in here to... Yeah.
None of them have significantly changed.
That's my point. It's literally just putting it on because it says the word Artifice on it. It doesn't do anything. It's no better than what I already had.
The thing is, with Artifice armor, you can move a +3 anywhere you need to. So they're a lot more... What's the word? Accommodating of other loadouts as a result. Which is why people prefer Artifice armor over a regular piece of armor. They also potential-wise can get the highest stat total on each piece of armor compared.
Yeah, I know that potential-wise, it's just not this one.
This one, for example, you have a +3 stat on your discipline. If you didn't really need or wanted the discipline, you could have allocated that +3 to, say, mobility, and you would have broken the barrier into the next tier of mobility, and you would have seen benefits.
Wouldn't that drop me out of this tier of discipline, though?
Correct. This is just an example. If you didn't want more a faster grenade, and you wanted instead a faster class ability, for instance, because there will be builds that you don't prioritize grenades, you would prioritize something else, kind of idea. And that's what Artifice armor usually does. It helps accommodate for different stats.
That one just had shitty ass stats.
Top right was the hat, right? Which is transmoggable.
Where's my cowboy hat?
Transmoggable cowboy hat.
I work so hard for these cowboy hats.
I understand. I understand the struggle for that.
Still don't have the hunter one, by the way. Still don't have the hunter
I
book.
finally fucking got it, and I am going to rip that dungeon apart because I hate it so much now.
But also transmoggable, so that is my counterpoint. You could still
I've
have your
got
cowboy
so much
hat,
space,
but
it's
even
fine.
on a better one. Ugh.
Trash.
Artifice armor lower than 60. Yeah, trash. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's lower than 60, I'd say it goes.
Why are you in here?
The 62. Oh no.
Why is it in here?
It was probably really old, and I just didn't pay attention.
No, that was a new light symbol.
Well, then who fucking knows? Like I said, most of this is very clear what it is.
That's a...
Oh, that's Artifice armor.
62?
Can you scope in? Sometimes it's not a +10, it's a +5 sometimes by accident. Okay. So it's a +13. That would actually help out a lot. It's not masterwork, it's a 64. That's a way too much mobility for me. Actually no, that's the perfect amount of mobility for me, but I would not, again, I would have a situation where mobility is a cheaper mod, so I would have picked something else.
I don't have a ton of Artifice armor. This is in here because it's what I have. I'm pretty sure the only Artifice armor I have is stuff that I either ran with you at some point or from when I cheesed shit with Amaris and Apollo.
Gotcha. Unfortunately, a non-good Artifice armor is would also still be categorized as terrible armor. So this one.
Is that for your hunter though? That's my question. Is that for your hunter?
Yes.
That is for her hunter. Yeah.
I mean, that looks fine to me.
You might want to swap off a local, by the way. People are talking over there, it seems.
As long as they don't say anything, then there's the stupid.
Yeah, this is why I don't. It doesn't matter if they're civil at the moment. It would usually go bad.
Would I? Mars, help me.
Setting. Open settings.
Yeah. Fucking water.
I think.
You're fucking covering shit. Does it?
I would
off for now, just so I can see what the fuck I'm doing.
I would swap local chat join to manual. That way you don't just auto join local chat.
Thank you.
And then you can swap.
Not.
You could swap the text check back on. Yeah.
I was like, I cannot fucking see what I am looking for. My brain does not want to look at this. Stupid is fun sometimes when you're not streaming and you're worried that they're gonna say something that's gonna get you in fucking trouble.
I think that's why most of the D2 streamers are.
They just most people just don't have their chats on.
No, they do. They move their.
Yeah, they cover it with their cams.
Yeah, they move it with. They cover it with the cams. So that's what they do.
Oh, you're also that same. Okay, you're more event shit.
Where are we? Where? Oh, likes now.
Height and shit. Which is probably gonna be mostly garbage.
That is actually pretty good.
Oh, that's
that is
Warlock
actually
armor.
Really good. That's actually really good. There's some mobility I would move out of it, but overall that's not bad. That's actually pretty nice.
Are these trash?
Yes.
I mean, if you don't have much armor on your Titan.
I fucking don't,
yeah.
but I don't care that much.
Oh, that was a decent roll. Okay. That's a 60. That's on the border for me, and it's not in the good
armor.
spots. Yeah, it's not in the good spots in my opinion. I would leave, toss it.
Hello.
Whoa.
Jesus Christ.
Too much.
Whoa.
No, it's beautiful. Look at it in all its glory.
Oh, calm down there.
Here's the problem here's the problem that I have with things that go above 23 base stats. Is that you become incredibly reliant to the point where you want to swap off of it, but you can't because it's the literal crux of why your stats look good at the end. And that's why I don't like anything above 23.
Wow, big number go burr.
Uh-huh, yeah. Tell me how that 120 discipline is going for you.
Oh, joke's on you, it's at 200.
Yeah.
Joke's on you.
Yeah. Photonic Cloak is from Trials, but hey, Transmog.
Hooray.
Alright.
Technically don't need this. I think I'm already wearing an Artifice cloak.
You only need one Artifice. Yeah. Artifice cloak. You're fine.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
Out it goes then.
It's fine. Okay, I think that's everything that was on this character. There's a handful of things on the others. Not
don't
much,
you worry,
though.
we're going back. Don't you worry, we're going back through the vault eventually.
Yeah, after I fill it with 90 mountaintops.
But why not make the space now so you can fill it with 100?
We'll get there.
Why not just delete your vault and fill it with 500 mountaintops now? Think about it.
Well, I
Think
was
about how
so
much space you would
hopeful.
have.
I was so hopeful that we were getting those slots with all of this shit, and then we did not, and I was sad. To my postbox.
Ooh, poggers.
I got an ornament. Let's go.
Checking right now.
Oh, look at that. There's only 2 things in here.
Man, that's crazy.
Ta-da.
Oh, wait, do you have other hunters?
It's a good question. I can shove any that I have in my vault and we can find out.
Okay.
Oh god, there's so many on my warlock. Alright, hold on. Okay.
Thank you.
Question is what page did they go to?
Oh,
Found them.
there they are.
1.
Okay.
Well, you guys left right.
Scope in, see if there's anything else to it.
Oh, it's the default one.
Nope, it's the default.
Behold!
Alright. Alright, let's see what we get.
Ta-da!
Okay, that's decent. Keep going. Okay.
Wee woo.
Uh-huh.
Those are the same thing.
Uh-huh. Just keep going for now. I wanted to see my options. Uh-huh. 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 Okay. Alright. Do you want to use this for PvP, PvE, or both?
I don't care.
Okay, then.
I probably won't, but...
Alright, each one of them... Okay, so hover over the first 3 again, real quickly. I'm trying to remember what it was. Okay. Every one of these with 1 for all, you can get rid of immediately.
Get rid of it if it has 1 for all, okay.
It is a scout rifle. I don't think you want to use your bullets to poke 3 other ads before you fire at another ad.
Alright, that's all of the 1 for alls.
Okay.
I have 2 that are kinetic tremors and box breathing.
All right, let's narrow those 2 down at least then. So scope in, see what we got. Okay, what's the other one? I like that one that you just showed me.
Okay, so that's the
Better.
lower
Yeah.
one. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the lower one.
better mag perk, better barrel perk, and the masterwork is just a masterwork at the end of the day. I would probably get rid of the shoot to loot, box breathing. Shoot to loot is okay if you know how to use it, but box breathing doesn't really benefit you towards the shoot to loot part.
Yeah.
Rewind explosive could be fun, so that's an okay roll. And line precision instrument, that is a PvP roll.
Are any of these the PvP role?
No.
Cool. So trash.
Because I'm pretty sure, yeah, because I'm pretty sure people want rapid hit precision instrument. Move to the left one again, because I think that also had explosive payload.
Yes, and wee woo rounds.
I think you. Okay, so there's a slight preference. Rewind rounds means that if you use all the bullets in your mag, it will reload up to 75% of all bullets that hit a target.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say out of the 20 in the mag, you hit all 20 of them on a target, right? It doesn't matter if it's a crit, doesn't matter if it's a body shot.
Mm-hmm.
It just had to have hit something. Out of the 20, you would get 14 back instantly. Like, you don't reload. It just instant 14 back into the mag.
Mm-hmm.
When you fire the 14, it procs again. 75% of the 14, which is approximately 6? I want to say 5, 6. So 6 again, and then procs again. You would get like maybe 3 back.
Interesting.
From that.
I'll be right back.
And then, yeah. Okie dokie. So 3, 1, 4, 6, 10, 14, 24. So she could ultimately get around like 44 bullets if she hit all of them using rewind rounds. The problem is that she would have the full brunt of a scout reload, which in my opinion a scout reload is not that bad.
Yo, I just want this stupid exotic fish, please. Just give me it so I can do the stupid exotic mission.
Oh, you don't. Amar, don't you have all of them?
I thought almost everybody had to have them.
No, only
Brain
one
don't want to
person.
work.
No, only one person needs to have had.
Cryo, do you want to help with it?
Yeah, I can help with it. What do you need for this? Oh yeah, it's that one, right?
Wicked equip.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bring my warlock.
It's just so I don't even know what to do for it. I'm gonna be real.
That's fine.
I didn't want to do it back then because I hated it back then, and I want to do it now because I want the stupid weapon.
Alright, bring Thunderlord.
Okay. Would like to point out I had max bait. I'm currently at 197 bait.
Must be nice. I'm at 0 bait. I've been fishing a lot these days, trying to get the last of the fish triumphs. Why are you? Oh, right, you're just cannon fodder. Okay.
Talking about you, Amaris.
There.
You said you're cannon fodder.
Yeah, Hunter said you're cannon fodder. Alright, let's go.
Well, that's the first purple fish I've had in like 200 casts. I don't even know where to launch it at. I'm gonna be real.
Deep dive. Deep
Guess
dive
what?
at the helm.
Give me the fish. Give me the fish. Give me the fish.
Unless you
Fuck
don't.
you. Is there a mission that I have to do for it?
Nah, it's just deep dive. It's a secret. It's a secret mission, so it doesn't show up.
Alright, give
You
me
just
a
have to go
second.
into a deep dive.
Cause I gotta
Return.
I know.
Welcome
gotta
back.
gotta grab the ye old Thunderlord. And if you would like to load, that'd be great. Oh, 7 DMT. To the ham, to the ham, to the ham. Where's the deep dive? Just deep dive, right?
Just deep dive.
Do I have to have it on?
No. Just a regular deep dive.
Okay.
I don't know what's worse. Doing this little secret mission or dealing with bonus round and onslaught.
Bonus round
All
on
of
the
the
onslaught is
above.
fun. What are you talking about?
No, it is terrifying. I don't want to deal with 5 tormentors.
Bro, bonus round is fun.
Yeah, bonus round is great.
I love bonus round.
I had no heavy.
It sounds like you
Just
have
use your-
super. It literally
Yeah,
gives super. It
Yeah, just use your
supers.
super. You're fine. Just swap the strand. Just swap the strand. Then, if you're on warlock, and then super.
Yeah, just don't die, forehead.
I'm back. Hello.
Hello,
Welcome
welcome back.
back.
Super accelerant.
Oh, hi, Peace.
Super accelerant.
Hi, I'm also back.
Welcome back. How was games?
Was fun.
That's good.
Mm.
Okay. We were talking about wee woo rounds.
Okay,
We
so okay, so overall, if you're accurate enough to hit an enemy enough times, you can have upwards of like 40 plus before you ever have to reload. The problem is that your reload is not boosted, so it's the amount of reload you would expect on a scout rifle without any perks.
Mm-hmm.
Rapid hit requires you to hit the crit on an enemy at least 5 times, I believe, to get the maximum benefits. You will get like chunk benefits from it, but maximum is at 5 crits. You don't have to kill the ad, by the way. You just need to hit 5 crits. The benefit from it is that you get like twice as fast reload and a lot of stability towards your shots. So it ultimately comes down to your preference between rewind rounds and rapid hit. Rewind rounds is regular reload, but essentially a higher, like twice the mag size.
Mm-hmm.
Versus faster reload, same mag size. Which one do you prefer more? Also knowing that rewind rounds you don't need a crit, rapid hit you do need a crit.
Does it matter that this one's magazine is like 4 shorter?
That's probably because there's a mag perk on in there somewhere that's changing it.
Mm-hmm.
We can start this, by the way. It's just killables. We don't need to start Toland. Sorry, I'm helping out Hunter with his stuff at the same time.
What you working on?
But
oh, he got the fish, so you're
deep
doing.
dive.
Ugh.
Yeah.
God, I need to get my parents that gun. That fucking thing sucks so bad.
Yeah. So, but basically, ultimately, which one do you want? Faster reload, regular size mag, or bigger mag, regular reload? It all comes down to, like, do you think the reload on that scout rifle is good enough by default to not warrant a faster reload perk?
I don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of the gun in general. I used to be. I actually used to use hung jury a lot.
Did you think
And then they reprinted it about 27 times.
Uh-huh.
Do you think the reload on it is fine?
It's been a long time.
Needing a, Well, that's basically what it comes down to for narrowing down that one. Higher mag or better reload?
What about between these two? That both have rapid hit.
I personally would say Firefly is also a reload, but also is explosions if you can get a crit kill. Explosive payload overall is pretty nice. So for between explosive payload and Firefly, it ultimately comes down to, do you want an explosion on a kill, or do you want a tinier explosion on every shot?
I do like when they explode when I kill them.
Mm-hmm. Well, that would be the decision then.
So get rid of explosive payload?
Explosive payload is the tinier explosion per shot, and then
Tiny explosion.
Yeah, Firefly is the bigger one.
Okay.
Okay, so what else? So what else do we have left then?
It's a good question.
On those scouts, I mean, because we still have 3 left.
Kinetic tremors, box breathing, and then the rapid hit
Kinetic
versus wee woo rounds.
Kinetic tremors is good. Box breathing is not really. Box breathing,
I
would
know
say, is more of a PvP
kinetic
player.
tremors is one of the 2 perks that I'm looking for. I don't remember what the second perk is.
Personally, like, the one I'm looking for is kinetic tremors and Firefly.
That's
that is
the one.
my combination. Yeah.
That's the one that everyone's after.
Yeah. So I would say you have one of each. You have a Firefly roll and you have a kinetic tremors roll.
Very much.
So it ultimately comes down to, do you value Firefly or kinetic tremors more in this scenario? I would personally say I would pick, if it was up to me, I would pick the Firefly roll, because the perk that is paired up with Firefly is better than the perk that's paired up with kinetic tremors.
Now, if only we could get it uncompressed.
Okay.
I don't remember where to go.
Eat.
Alright. I think we're good on that one for now then.
Yeah.
How much space did we make?
Well, on that at least. I don't know what else Arcane is also adding in.
Everything.
Did I miss one? No, I haven't missed one yet. Okay. Almost blanked out and forgot we were looking for swords. Wait, no, we did miss one. We did.
No, I got
one. Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yeah.
It was okay. Excellent. I totally blanked out it.
No, I went and grabbed it.
Okay, excellent. So this next one should be the last one we need then.
Does it just instantly teleport us there, or do we gotta make it a certain distance?
We need to do this wave first, and then we have to go down a different path than normal.
We good?
All right, so that's the default.
Yeah.
I would personally. Okay, keep going. All right, is that it? Are those the only two? Yeah, those are the only two. I would personally pick threat detector and destabilizing rounds is the PvE perk to go for, in my opinion.
And then all of the LCs. That's the default. Okay.
Okay, so Elsie's rifle.
Hey, what are you doing over
You
there?
had to keep away destable, right?
Why is there a sneaky
Oh.
little guy not with its friends?
I don't know. Still the threat destable. Threat detector, I would say, is better than hipfire.
Okay, sorry. You were saying Elsie's.
Okay. I feel like you had one with keep away and destable, right?
Hmm.
Is that a no then?
That might be a no.
Okay, well then. Alright, so show me the rolls then again, just to make sure.
Just double checking. It doesn't look like I have any hiding on my persons or in my post box. Okay.
Okay, so we have. Wait, I just saw a keep away disabled, didn't I?
Oh, hello.
Yeah, it's right there.
There it is.
Throw the rest away. Throw the west away. You're fine.
Okay. Okay. Oh, hello, another one of you. Oh, hey, there's that sniper again. I think I had a different one of... What was the roll that we kept on that? It was Volt Shot and Lightened.
For which one? Sorry.
For the Indebted Kindness.
Ah, yeah, inline bullshit.
Yeah. So can I delete this one?
You're over here.
Yeah, I would say if it doesn't have volt shot, it goes.
Okay.
Can I grab one of the perks or no?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. They'll be reset when we go down the secret path, so it doesn't matter. Right. Pick a statue. Oh, pick a statue and go.
This one?
I'm taking this one then.
Okay, if it's... Brain works. Just stick that one on myself.
Sorry, not sorry.
Oh god. Oh god. It hurts. Cryo, why would you do this?
Watch for the explode. Watch for the exploding totem.
Those algorithmic decryption keys were supposed to be heat resistant.
Anything else we're adding to the docket, Arcane?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just getting everything that is not important, or that is important, off of my person.
Gotcha.
Don't
Swap
I
guns
have
real quickly.
you crafted already?
Fire is the earliest, one true enemy. So has it always been.
Maybe I have it craftable, but didn't craft it.
You don't have a craftable Apex yet?
I think I have, but have not actually made it. Yeah, I
Oh,
have the
well,
option to, I just
build
haven't
up.
made it yet.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
Okay, so...
Yeah, I would definitely recommend crafting.
Why'd you make the
What?
pictures different? That makes me upsetty spaghetti.
They come from different time periods.
I hate that.
Legs.
Cause see, my hoarder brain is like, it's special, don't give it to it. Goodbye, trash. Getting rid of stuff makes me sad.
Alright, so Mechanic Hunter is you kill the big guys and it makes the boss weaker. The more susceptible to damage for a bit of time. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, 2 cold comforts.
2 cold comforts? Okay. Keep the right one. Get rid of the left one.
Get rid of the left one. Alright.
Cold comfort is more of a boss DPS weapon, so...
Good luck with the big guy. Okay, that's the only crowd pleaser, so I can just sit there, think about what it's done.
Try a little bit.
That's the only chivalric fire. That better be the only roar of the bear. Yes, it is.
Oh, we need the things.
I don't know what things we're talking about, but
That's the
okay.
only one of you. Only one of you. Craftable, aren't you? Do I have you crafted? No, I don't.
Oh boy.
Good.
2 regnants. Very similar.
Damage.
Fuck him up. Get him. Get his ass.
Okay, so Regnant, Auto... Wait, no, Regnant is craftable. Is it not craft... Do you not have it craftable yet?
I do not have it crafted. My brain. Aha. So they're both trash.
Alright, both trash.
Go again?
Okay.
Nope, keep going. We're finding Big Boy. Best we split up. One with me and one person by themselves on the other side to try and get kills. We're trying to
I
wipe
don't know
out.
where we're going.
I have an old one.
Okay. Hmm.
That's not what I clicked on, game. Put that back. Put that shit back in there. Give me the sword. Thank you. Behold, my guillotines.
Ah, yes, the old one.
My old one.
The original.
Behold.
The best one.
The thing is, are you willing to give up the old one, or you rather keep it for nostalgia?
I mean, I got rid of some of the other old shit. Honestly, I probably got this, like, off of Banshee or something.
Time to go to the middle.
I probably got this one of the times that Banshee had this and someone said, Banshee has Weeb Sword. Yoink.
DPS and plus.
That's cheating.
None of these are Yeet Sword,
Okay.
though.
Yeah. Sorry, give me a moment. We're on the boss.
Yep,
but
you're fine.
I'll get to you after.
Shoot him in the face. Or the chest, rather. But you know what I mean.
Oh god.
So what's the
Hang on.
suffering in there right now? Are you slowed? Do you have to stand next to each other to heal?
Oh no, oh, I'm dead.
Oh, goodbye.
I'm not quite
Got
sure.
killed by an
actually.
action
Oh,
dart.
jeez. So far, none of them.
Interesting.
Wait.
We're out of time. We gotta go out and kill the Minotaurs again. Wait, no.
So weird.
Hold on. Yeah, no. Minotaurs. Minotaurs. He's following us. Watch out.
What more SSD had?
Rounded air
right.
superiority
What
and
hit me?
chill touch. Oh, it is
The
chill
Torment
touch.
War.
Oh wait, what depth does
Oh,
that count as?
Oh,
Is this
well, there's no
predicament?
problem.
I'm up.
Glad you are.
At least someone is.
What an interesting little old file. Hardly any encryption at all. I'll have to investigate.
Oh god, there's so much.
Oh, I got one of them on me. Oh, we're good to go on DPS again. Trying to relocate to you guys.
Oh god. Don't do it.
Why isn't the Vanguard sending us into combat? We're ready.
Bless you.
I'm out of div.
I'm out of everything.
Perfect.
Oh,
Out of
we need Minotaurs again.
All data has a lineage, no matter how ancient or corrupted. You can always trace it back.
I need special.
Oh yo, he's special.
Yeah, I just need one brick so I can mark the Minotaur and get you guys heavy.
God, don't do it.
Unfortunately,
So
he's
different
dead,
drangs.
so.
Why do they even have different names? That's
Ow. I have nothing left at the moment. Oh, I'm gonna dive for this one.
Running.
7 seconds. See if you guys can kill the Minotaur off because we need them down as fast as possible. We have less than a minute to kill them.
Yep, I'm trying.
All right. Best you can.
Oh, nope. Go away.
Let's just sit in a hole for a bit.
Yeah, apologies, Arcane.
You're fine. I'm finding more of my duplicates based on what's in my character's inventories at the moment.
Fire is the Arcticus' one true
Alright. Oh, 5 seconds to spare.
Not even close.
Alright, we're good. Wait, no, this is a false herring, isn't it? Yeah, this is a false herring.
Warp, warp.
Alright, claim your power. Amar, do you know where all the things are? That float above?
Vaguely.
Mind showing Hunter around so I can get back to helping Arcane?
I could try.
Okay.
You've got
So
time.
you see like that thing up there, Hunter, that you just shot?
Yep.
There should be 7 in total, so 6 more out there. You just gotta move around and look for them. You don't have to shoot it with that gun specifically, by the way. Any gun could do. Okay. Amari should help you out. I'm just gonna be in here in the corner. Alright. I can help you out now, Arcane.
Hello.
Sorry for the wait.
Behold.
Well, actually, that's fine. Okay, so
Right.
definitely the right one can go. Yeah.
Okay. Back on the trash.
Do you
Go
care
back
if
in the
it's a
box.
Yeah. Do you care if it's a lightweight frame SMG though? Because there are other stasis SMGs out in the world that are better rolled than
I
that.
remember there's one in here. I can't see them, Hunter,
Behold.
because I already got them.
There's not one in here though.
I would keep the one above. Yeah, I would keep that one over that one. Hatchling's okay if you think you can get a precision kill with a submachine gun, but otherwise it's not that great. Oh, we already went through this. I believe it was the recon Voipole you want to keep. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah,
That
some
one.
of these are ones that I might have found duplicates that were in my inventory, and then I had to pull the one out of collections to
I know
compare.
there's one in a window somewhere.
I would keep the right one and the left one. Left one is a PvP, right one is a PvE. The middle one,
There's
I would
one, there was
say,
one in here.
hatchling outclasses
Oh, it's right
the
there.
class payload. In this case.
Okay. So now refresh. What do I have?
Where the fuck was
Okay,
this
that's right.
one?
I
This
had
one's
2
somewhere out
different.
in-
Oh, that's because so the right Drang is the reissued one from
I
Menage.
don't remember what's from this window.
And the left one is the first ever Drang we got back in Vanilla D1.
Or it's down in
D2.
here. I don't.
Vanilla D2.
Uh-huh.
I know there's
So
one
that-
above a
So
statue.
that one I believe you could technically claim back in your collections. So you
There is a
technically
one
always
up
have
there.
one of those.
Got
I
it.
don't know if there's any back that way that you can see
So
from here.
the only reason why you would keep that in your vault is nostalgia purposes.
Okay, so it's trash.
Or there's one in the window. There's one in a window, and I don't know where.
Goodbye, trash. This one's the trash, right?
Yes.
Okay.
if you have no nostalgia like
Behold.
attachments to it, then yeah. Ooh, okay. I keep the rewind on slot one.
Keep the wee woos.
Yeah.
Wee woo.
Repulsive
Okay.
brace I'm usually only interested in if you can get destable with it.
Behold.
In this case.
My swear words.
Huh. Okay, so left one is nostalgia purposes. Because that is the first ever falling guillotine. Because that was back in Season of Arrivals, and Season of Arrivals was its release season. So if you have any attachment to this falling guillotine by nostalgia purposes, you would keep that one on the far left. If not, the one in the middle will do for now.
I know I shouldn't. I've
Okay.
deleted so many things.
Oh, that's the skybox.
It's fine to have. It's fine to have
one in a window.
It's fine
I
to
just
have
don't know
nostalgia,
what
'cause
window.
I also have them myself, so it's not. It's not.
I've
totally
deleted so many nostalgia weapons that I have no nostalgia for because I didn't play back then.
Okay, well, your choice then.
Is this sword
Like I said.
trash?
Yes.
Trash. Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Okay, so I need to throw all of these back in the vault and start pulling out the other ones.
I know there's one in the window. I just don't know where.
Are you the only one of your kind, or do you have friends?
Brain can't compute.
You have friends.
Where's the rest?
Where is your
Where's
friend?
the rest of ya?
Oh no, there's one over here,
Do
Hunter.
you have friends?
Ew,
I can't see.
You do not have friends. You're safe. Go in the vault. Do you have friends?
Just saying over here does not help.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh no,
I
there's
see.
one in the corner over here. Or not. Because I can't see.
I have the adept version.
I know there was one down below.
Does that matter? Do I need to keep both of them, or
I'd actually like the bottom right one.
the adept one?
They're both competing for the same. They're both competing for the same role, and the bottom right one I would say has the better combination. I don't like Encore, but I also don't like Perpetual Motion. I don't like Perpetual Motion more with that combination. So keep the adept is my say.
Okay. It's fine. Adept can come back in hiding. Do you have friends?
I'm trying to figure out how many.
You're the one that's the raid weapon. I see.
There should be 7 in total, Amari.
Yeah.
Did you get the one? Did you get the one in the darkness, like down in the darkness area?
Down below?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe Hunter just got that one. I know there's one in a window. I just don't know what window. My brain can't remember where these are, and I can't see them because I've already gotten them all.
Aha! There's a whole bunch
How
of
many
you.
do you think you have, Hunter?
5 or 6.
5, 6. Okay. Well, I mean the trap hasn't popped up for you, so.
You're the only one of you.
I know there was one that leads to a dead end, and that was the spot for one of them. I also know that each of the corners, I believe, have one.
Okay. Should I check for another one of you?
I think there. Did you get one around here,
Aha!
Hunter?
Sneaky. Get you over here.
Yeah, it was like.
Okay.
In that
So
corner, pretty sure.
So you did get one there.
Hunter, what about over where I am?
Okay. Who's
Not
snipper
over near you,
riffles?
so you have to give me a second.
Okay, keep on. I like the left one more. I like the left one more.
Okay.
Grab this one.
I think that was the window one that Omar was talking about. You did grab the one in this darkness, right?
You mean the one that's like I had
Way
to
out
grab?
there.
Yep.
They're like
grab
way
that
out
one.
there. Okay, then we can leave.
3 battle scars.
I don't know if there's one over here in the corner.
No. Well, if I had to choose, I would choose the bottom right one, the
Choose
one
the
with
bottom
kinetic
right
tremors.
Okay.
You did, I think there was one here.
There was one up above. Yep, I grabbed that one.
And 2 crates.
Did you get the one like around here-ish, I think? I think there was one around here. 2 crates, okay.
2 crates. That crate and that crate.
Okay. Show me the other one again. I would probably pick the headstone one.
Woohoo! Good, because it's the masterworked one. That makes my life easier.
I remember there was one in here.
And that's
There should be one
everything!
in there, recall. Nice, congratulations.
Don't see one.
Hooray! Now I can pull things back out of
What'd you
the
get
vault that don't
to?
need to be in there.
Ooh, Hunter, over on me. I'm pretty sure there was one near that was supposed to be
It means I
around
have to
where
pull all
I
the
am.
shit out that I use again.
Yeah, I got that one.
Oh,
It
you
was
got
right
this one?
here.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you get one in the very middle of the room?
Yep. That was the
Okay.
first one we grabbed.
I found a sneaky extra one. My
That's great.
original Dead Man's Tale.
Well, alright, nostalgia.
As opposed
It's
to
all
my crafted
nostalgia.
one that's level 104.
Okay, we're just back here again.
Oh, goodbye, original Dead Man's Tale.
Sometimes.
You served me well. And then I shoved you in a trash can.
This would be very helpful if I could see them, but unfortunately I cannot, Hunter. So
Yeah.
If
you're just groping in the
only.
dark for this one. Alright. Well, so what was it you had at the end?
Why do I keep doing that? I'm not playing Genshin.
But Genshin.
Genshin.
I keep hitting my Windows tab, and all I have to do is just move my mouse over.
I'm pulling out all of the stuff that I use again since I shoved it all in my vault.
Wait, what's the final say on the vault?
At the
Or
moment,
at least at 500.
At the moment, before I pull everything back out, it's at 525.
Okay.
But there's a bunch of
And it's
stuff
better
that
than-
just sits on my characters.
It's better than 600 in every single slot on every character full.
Yes. Which is what I was at.
Alright, Honor, I'm looking at your stream.
So the thing is, if he can see it, he would have already shot it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're looking directly at something and just your brain doesn't process that it's in front of you.
Is there one over here?
Nope.
No?
I shot one over a statue though. That's 1, 2, 3, cause middle. I shot this one down here, that's 3. Yep.
Whole worlds of knowledge were lost in the fires of
Did a triumph ever pop up for you?
document all I can remember.
Deep dive. I claimed the exotic scout, but that's it.
He's missing the
Missing
fifth one.
Quick to Google all locations.
He's missing the which one now?
5th.
Fifth.
Fifth one. I don't remember them by numbers, unfortunately.
I'm looking it up. Brain can't think.
Is there one above this one? No. Probably not.
Found it.
Okay.
There you go.
I just have to claim it.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. So Hunter got his scout rifle, and Arcane got a cleaner vault.
Yay!
For now.
Yay!
Alright, so Boss time, right? Wolf, get in there.
What do you mean boss time?
Morgith,
Why?
Yes.
Arcane, and Amari.
Oh
again.
yeah.
And peace.
Why did they need for
Egg!
egg?
Eggs.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, we got the egg coded.
Egg.
You get one run from me and then I have to go to bed because it's
Perfectly
already
fine.
2 a.m.
That's okay.
Amari, wake up Apollo. We need him.
He's up. He's just away from his computer. He should still be up.
Wolf, they need a quick Morgeth run. You know, big taken ogre from Last Wish.
Need egg.
It's fast. Just need bodies.
Yeah, have Apollo do it. Is there a
No,
catalyst for
no,
this
he's
thing?
gonna be no. Apollo's gonna be 6th, I think. Or am I
how do
counting
you
it
get
wrong?
You're counting
catalyst?
wrong.
Wolf. Oh yeah, that's right.
There's 5 of us in call.
But I need to burn this favor of hunters. All right.
No, your favorite for me is doing a Legend 50 run with you.
Excellent. Actually, I will take that instead.
I'm going to drop Peace and I in raid. You guys
I am
can
free.
join off us.
I am free Thursday and Friday of this week. That is my
Okay.
time.
Okay.
That is my favorite of you. How do I get catalyst?
For what? Oh, the scout rifle?
Yes.
I think it's just
You
running
have-
deep
Just
dives,
do
isn't
deep
it?
dive, get lucky.
So RNG for a deep dive. If you do a tier 7 deep dive, it is a guarantee.
Oh, that's how we got it, Peace.
Yeah.
For generations,
that explains
the
a lot.
Green City housed one of the
Because I was
Awoken's
there
most
for like
closely
Yeah,
guarded
because we
secrets.
did the thing first
She
and
is
then
known
Crowd did
as
the other
Riven.
thing after.
Riven of 1,000 Voices, the last known Ahamkara. She has been taken, and her death is your calling.
Hunter, take us into the raid with Arcane and Peace.
Join me.
Wolf, where are you? We need you.
No. Apollo does it. I'm not doing it. Apollo does.
Well, no, we also need Wolf. That's the point.
No, you got. Yeah, no, you can have Apollo.
Yeah, but you're lead right now, so we can't go. Amari and I can't go anywhere. Really.
You are finally
Oh, see,
here.
you're a bus driver.
Brother Slayer,
Excellent.
Spawn Killer.
Now you're coming with us.
And you're still nothing but a
How
retainer
dare
to
you
the
leave?
Woken Queen. You
Suffer.
can be so much more.
New
All
ornament
you
available.
do
No, it's fucking.
is
Yeah, you're not gonna get these sweet spoils and conquests.
Oh no, whatever will I do? It's like I raid all the time, says no one ever. If you look at my raid report, it's literally, I don't...
Yay, Wolf is
7, 8 months
launching.
ago.
I don't know why I'm on Titan, it's fine.
Amari, we need Apollo.
Give me a moment.
My brain just stopped. Thank you, Peace.
Up, Arcane.
Oh no,
Really?
you guys don't have to CP. Oh no.
Well, we have to
Just
go
one fucking
put...
raid encounter. Deal with it.
I have to go put egg code in. Make egg spawn.
Hang on, do I have it on... I might have
Oh, I'm dead.
checkpoint on my Titan.
No.
Nope, I don't.
But need egg code.
Give me.
Oh, that's right, you do need egg code.
Need egg code.
Whoops.
Oh,
Egg code,
yeah.
then regular code.
That all makes sense now.
Let me go over there real quick.
Oh, now I'm dead. No.
Oh, too far. Damn.
Why you lying?
Where did you end up?
I fucked up, it's fine. And I hate Titan jump so fucking much. Please put an egg code.
Catapult.
I don't fucking know. Probably not. Yes, I
don't know
have.
what it is.
Excellent. Have you tried lion rampants? Yeah, exactly.
I try Yeet Sword. Fuck this game. God damn it, where's my fucking boots?
So about that sword. Just kidding.
There,
Nice
let's
to see you.
take the boots
It's
on.
nice to
There
see
it
you
is.
playing
There's the
D1.
wall of wishes. Where the fuck is the egg wish?
Guardian down.
Out by
Is it-
wolf.
Isn't that the one where it's like every single one except for like one? Or is that something else? Is that Shiro?
That's Shiro.
Your wall of wishes. Search egg. Spawns several eggs. That one, 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 that one.
Cocaine.
Uh-huh.
Also no ammo.
Now would be the time to stop streaming in Discord too.
Oh, you right. Eat.
What? But I can't see.
I can't see the
What
wall.
I do?
I can't see it.
Brain. You and
Ah.
you and you and you
I
all
can't-
need to be Infinisnake. Those are the
Oh, shoot, I still have this
Infinisnakes.
on. Don't need this.
You're the correct fish. You need to be a snake.
Oh, I am here.
Oh, boo.
Hello. Welcome
That snake.
to the Wall of Wishes. Where
The
you're
wall
a
of
wish.
wee woo.
Where your wish can go into that lake over there. Never to come true.
Bird.
That's a fish. That's a snake. That's an ape snake. That is a two-headed S-snake. That is a cloud snake. That is a dragon. That is dragon with pole. That is pole dancing dragon. That is bird
Pole
going
dancing
down.
dragon.
That bird.
Bird on a branch.
Not that bird.
Bird flying.
That bird.
Bird being suspicious.
Don't be suspicious.
Wagon. 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 Wagon.
Those are fish.
Wagon.
Ah, yes, snake. My favorite type of dragon.
Wait.
Ah, dragon.
Okay,
Bring
wagon.
fire.
That one's correct. Not that wagon. Not that wagon. Not that wagon. That wagon's correct. Not that wagon. That wagon. That wagon. Okay. I think.
Excellent.
Woohoo.
To move the hands of time.
Which I guess makes an egg.
How does that work?
Good question.
That was a great question.
Morgoth. There's a chest after Morgoth? Do I have
Yeah,
that
it's an
chest?
encounter, so yes.
Haha. So funny.
I like to think so. On that note, I'm going to bed. Cryo, hit me up on whatever you want to do the level 50. If
I'll
you
see
find
you
a
in
third.
I'll see you in 2 hours then.
Goodbye. Thanks for
gotta
help
sleep.
with the vault.
I gave you 2 days. I gave you Thursday and Friday. Those are your 2 days to call in your favor.
Okay,
Fine.
wipe the fire team and teleport to Morgoth. All of them.
How do
Not all of them, but a lot of them.
you won't take me alive?
You're right. Take
That's
your
a
bed.
lot of fish, okay.
It is a
Guard
lot of
down.
fish, and we need no fish.
99
No
problems.
fish.
Fish ain't one.
No. My KD.
Oh boy.
Bye.
Later.
Guardian down.
None of those. Those are all. My brain's not working.
Ow.
Spinny fish.
Stop
It
it.
is spinny fish.
It's ruining my KD.
That's a different fish.
Guardian
That's a
down.
flying fish.
I don't
So
see
why
you
are
yet.
you dead over there, mister?
Okay.
Missed one, Arcane.
Oh, thank you. Okay, all of the corners are correct now.
I'm peacefully away.
Wagon.
Okay. The... Okay, those ones are correct. Those ones are correct. Think. Perish.
Oh man, I perished.
My KD.
No.
What Emerald do? It's a good question.
There you go.
That's a great question.
Let me try to
There's a
remember
big
how this
boy
goes
in
again.
front of us.
Okay.
It's been a hot minute.
Yep.
Some nice grass you got there, Wolf.
Wolf, can you hear me through stream? That is the first question. Or do I need to type this out?
Ye.
Yeah, to
Wolf
which?
here.
Well, I guess he heard me through stream. So,
Knock can hear.
knock in here. Okay.
Speak.
Fine. All right, Wolf. You grab first orb, and you patrol top right for orbs. Peace. You control bottom right, so over there next to that tree, that dead tree. Apollo is taking top left, so he's in gazebo, and Amara, you're patrolling bottom left. All right.
Okay.
Your zone, you pick up. You're in charge of ball. Arcane, you're with me on cleansing duty. All right.
Okay.
So we kill ads and we patrol one side. I can patrol right side. You can patrol left side.
Okay.
We're looking for drops from the Eye of Riven things. Once one person gets trapped in the tornado, to take a tornado, the call out, or in this case for Wolf and Apollo, they just type out that they're trapped. You'll be the first cleanser. So once someone has called out that they're trapped, you grab an Eye of Riven and go to their spot, and you go next to them, and then you press your grenade button, and that will kick them out of the tornado, and you will take over for their orb count instead. All right.
One more
Do
time.
I need to do? Okay. Okay. You and I are cleansers. So anytime any of them are trapped by a taken tornado, it is our job to get them out. In order to get them out, you need to pick up the Eye of Riven on the ground after killing a specific ad. I'll call out if I have an Eye of Riven enemy near me, and you should probably do the same just in case.
What do those enemies look like?
They're basically like a taken captain. They'll have a name over them called Eye of Riven. Killing them drops like a taken orb thing, and when you pick it up, you're like full taken.
Okay. Don't pick it up unless someone's trapped?
don't pick it up until someone's trapped.
Okay.
Once someone is trapped, your first cleanser. So you just grab one immediately when you hear the first person getting trapped by a tornado, and then you
Okay.
go up to them, like stand right next to them, like
Yes.
hugging distance, and then
Choosh.
press your grenade button to kick,
Okay.
and that should kick them out.
Okay.
All right.
And then I
And
pick
then
up
you're
orbs.
and then you're just on ad clearing duty. No. And then
No.
you're just on ad clearing
Just
duty,
ads.
avoid orbs
Don't touch
until
orbs.
DPS time. Okay.
Okay.
I'll be second cleanser. Whoever gets cleansed by me, you're picking up the last orb, because that person's the only one who can at that point in time to pick up the last orb. All right. All right. That's basically it. So people who are patrolling, you guys are just constantly picking up orbs. Unless you're trapped, let us know if you're trapped. We'll get you out.
Does it matter where I'm, like, you said I'm on the left to start with?
Wolf, you are getting first orb and you're patrolling top right. Most likely, Arcane, you are rescuing Wolf because by the time the first orb wave set shows up, Wolf will have 2 taken strength. Everyone else would have 1 taken strength. So he is the most likely to get trapped.
Okay.
Apollo, get your ass out of the trash can.
Trash can? What subclass should I be on for this?
I don't care.
Don't care.
I don't care. The only thing I do care is you hold a damage weapon, like a rocket or something.
Let me find my rockets now that I've cleaned all my shit. Find rocket. I like this rocket. It's a good rocket. It makes me happy. You on. Okay. I can just put the bow on later when I actually need it. Fetch can.
Also, when it's time we hit the last orb or so, the last person to grab the orb would just like hover around the last orb. The rest of us should be in the back of the room. So like right side, you would be where I currently am. Left side, you guys are currently where you guys should be. Should be. On the count of 3, 2, 1, the person will pick up the last orb, and then we all jump over, and we'll land right where I currently am, and this is our DPS spot.
Eat.
Just lay into him afterwards. Her. I think it's a her, actually.
Pretty lady.
Okay. I think we're ready, yes. Go ahead. Reminder, you guys are patrolling your areas, ad clearing, and picking up orbs. Orbs being the most important part. Orbs are out. Orbs are out.
Grabbing.
There should be an iron ribbon somewhere. I have one of them. I think I have both of them actually. You'll have to go over to my side. Go over to my side and grab one of them. Wolf is trapped in the back. You have to go to Wolf. Hug him and then hit grenade button.
Hug grenade. And then I just hang out.
And now you just hang out and clear ads. Yeah.
Okay.
Orbs again. Pick up your orbs.
Grabbing.
Oh, I think I'm trapped.
Alright, on my way. Where are you?
On the left side.
Going to you.
Hello.
How's it going?
That's going nice. Appreciate the clear here.
that means you're taking the last door.
Oh God.
So
Is that the thing in the middle?
Stand near the last door. Yeah, stand near the last door, but don't grab it yet. Everyone else.
Do I just jump into it to grab it?
Everyone move to the back. Yeah, you jump into it to start it, but not
Alright,
yet.
say when.
Alright, go ahead. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, DPS. DPS spot.
Do I join you up there now?
Yeah. Laying them up. Alright, we're done.
Yay! Okay, put on
Oh, hey, I got the
bows.
sparrow.
Wow, aren't you fancy? But didn't you already get the sparrow?
You're free, Wolf. Thanks.
Thank you, Wolf. Okay, where egg?
Best with my kind, like you.
Last wish. Mortis.
Shall we be friends?
Alright, so 5-man vault, right?
Let's go! Thank you, Home Depot ad. I just need egg.
But don't you need to do DIY stuff?
According to them, I need to weed whack my lawn, which has already been done.
Snakes!
I don't feel like that's normally your job, though. To
Why are you?
So.
I've weed whacked.
I swear
Have you?
to.
I have.
Fair enough then.
I don't always, but I have.
Fair enough then.
Where? Okay, I think this is the Morgeth egg we already got.
Guardian, down.
For fuck's sakes.
Apollo, you don't have to be here. Apollo, you don't have to be here anymore, by the way. You're
Okay,
free.
location.
Thanks for joining.
After defeating Morgeth before heading to the vault. This one can only be obtained after defeating him. Yes, we did that. Yes, thank you,
There is a
Apollo.
dead
And thank you,
thing.
Cryo.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, let's see. We're facing into the thingy.
Guardian, down.
We go into the thingy. We turn down the hallway.
For fuck's sakes.
We go up the stairs. We go down the hallway. We go into the Hall of Two Souls. And then we go left towards the cliff. And you start doing some bullshit. Oh god. Okay. I see. Okay. Pause the video. Jump down the bullshit. Turn around. Shoot egg. Egg in hole.
And I see I'm not far enough over to see it. There we go.
That
Alright.
should have been all of our eggs.
Corrupted omelet
Yes.
complete.
Yay! Corrupted omelets!
Hey! And guess what I got?
Did you get the title? Curse
I
Breaker?
got the title.
Whee! Thank you everybody for your help. I'm so close to the title now.
Yeah, same. We both just need the whatchamacallit, the sparrow.
I think the sparrow is
That
the
it?
only thing that both of us need.
Sad.
Which means it's time for us to go run the weekly thingamathings. I don't know if we did that already. Did we do that on...
Yes, we did.
Did we? Fuck.
Did we? I don't
Miles
remember doing
reset.
this.
I'm gonna hop out of PC. I'll still be in stream though. So.
Okay, yeah, thank you
Messages.
again for all the help. I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Yep, no problem.
We'll do chaos sometime. Don't you worry, Crow. We'll do chaos. Did we do the the weekly story thing? I don't know.
I don't. We're going there, aren't we?
Yeah, we did do it this week because I got Sparrow this week.
Okay. My sense of time is warped.
Right.
Oh, trust me, right?
The universe means nothing. I think you're right, though. My brain just demands that I go check which mission she has. Even though I know what the answer is. Because I know which one we did when you got the thing. And as long as that's the mission she's currently holding, my brain will be satisfied.
It won't help mine, but I guess I'll take Arcane's word for the fact that we've done it.
But we should just be taking Amaris's word, but the brain doesn't work that way.
Nope.
Because, yeah, I knew that
Right.
Amaris got the Sparrow when we did it the one time. And that was recent.
Yeah.
Brain says we spent all Tuesday on
Exactly.
the new stuff.
That's what my brain also says. But I know I took us to do a couple of things.
Yeah.
Because I know we did our Europa shit.
Yeah, we did Europa.
For some reason, that's all I can remember.
Hey Petra, which quest
That
do you
and the
have?
new stuff.
Glad to see you're still in the fight.
Yeah, I think Broken Courier is the one we did, because we didn't do...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was Broken Courier.
That sounds
Yeah.
familiar. Yeah.
Because Dark Monastery or whatever is the one where you go into the fancy world and it's really short. And then we didn't do the Oracle engine, so we did Broken Courier. Because that's the one it's here, and you gotta go in the hole, and you gotta get the things, and then you gotta go into that area over there. And then you gotta go underground where the dragon heads are. And that's the one where Amaris
Per
got the thing.
character, isn't it?
It might be.
Because mine says I've completed this already. So
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a weekly thing.
Mine has not, because I'm on my Warlock.
Welcome back.
You're on your Titan.
Give me the
You
Sparrow.
are a Titan.
I am a Titan. I don't know why I said Warlock.
Does this mean we could get on our other characters and try this?
I don't know. Probably. But I feel like if the quest is per character, then the chance that the exotic should be per character and not per account, because that wouldn't make sense. That'd be stupid.
Does this mean I should switch characters and we should try this again?
You're more than welcome to. My Titan can take the quest, so I don't need to switch. Because I probably did it on my Hunter.
Most likely. I think we all ran Hunters Tuesday,
Ask the
so...
techians.
Hey, Maris, do you want
They'll know
you
what
want
to do.
2 more sparrows?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Don't you want 2 more of them, though?
No.
2 more that we could possibly have?
Still fighting a good fight, I see.
Game,
choice.
make sharing a thing.
Liz.
Let's trade,
You
please.
know the plan, Guardian. It's all down to execution.
Yeah, where am I gonna spawn it at? gonna spawn in all the way at the beginning?
You spawned somewhere.
I did spawn somewhere.
You look at
No,
least
it's at
mostly
the-
close.
I spawned at the transition point. Where it changes areas is where I spawned. Shooting bows at me.
Did you see the shots?
I heard. Ah!
Oh,
Done
goodbye.
it again. This is just what I keep doing with the hoverboard now. Every time I go anywhere and try to
Okay.
get off of it.
The thingy is shiny. I require arc charge. Give chest. Mars, where are the things at? Wait, I think I know where one of them is.
Oh, chest is here. Oh, chest is here.
Chest is here! Isn't there a thingy on this hill?
There's a cave.
Oh, I was thinking of this thing. Never mind. Wrong thingy. Cave? Ow, I hit a rock.
Not a rock.
Wrong cave.
Fuck, wrong cave.
Fuck, guys.
Oh.
No, a
Go
chest.
away.
Ow.
Wherefore art thou cave?
Oh.
What if I don't have an arc charge game? What do I do then?
I found a hole. It scared me.
Why do brain not want to work?
Brain no brain good. Is this the cave you were already in? I think this is the cave you were already in. There's nothing in this cave. Now I'm stuck in it. I'm unstuck. Problem solved.
Well, what if you got restuck?
I could. It is an option. There's always this cave that has our quest person in it, but they're broken in the floor.
Oh, it disappeared.
No! I just wanted the thing!
I know.
Okay, are we gonna try to run the thing for... thing? 'Cause if so, we need to reset the area. Mars, did you grab the quest?
I can't grab it on my warlock.
Oh.
And I don't think it will let me do it with you guys if I don't have it.
Yeah. Do you want us to wait for you, or...
No, you two can run it.
Okay, we still have to reset the area.
You-
To orbit!
You two can duel it. It's fine.
It's fine. You order peace, just blow everything up.
I mean, I am Klee, so
Woohoo!
I do have Klee build.
Love the Klee build. We love bombs and explosions in games.
We love explosions.
This will probably be the only character we tried on tonight, because it's late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I figured as much. It's like 11 there, 11:30. $1:30 here. So 1:30 for Amaris.
Yeah.
Preparing another
Ew.
attack. Drive them back.
Zoom.
to stupid rock.
Not the rock.
Not the rock.
Rock lobster. What happens at almost 2 a.m.? Brain goes to rock lobster. Got it.
Like lobster. There's the hole. There's the hole. Hello, dying person.
But do you like rock lobster?
I don't know. Do I?
They're looting our temples, stealing relics. We tried to stop them.
What kind of
Good
relics?
for you.
Antiques. We're on it. Lay low.
Coming arcane. Ready to blow things up. Well, if you murder everything before I can do anything, can't blow things up too easily. Back. Give back. There. Murder.
Hooray. Ooch. Hello. Goodbye.
Who found this? Did they take more? We'll get everything back. Get to safety.
Don't you worry. Where'd you go? Punch. Whee! Eat. Wow, I punched so good. Punch. And keep going. Oh, there goes my rocket. Whee!
Bridge troll?
Don't forget the bridge troll.
I've never actually seen it, so
Oh.
it's died
Here,
before.
bridge troll. Odinim.
Yeah, it's like died before every time before I ever seen it.
Enjoy bridge troll. In the hole.
In hole.
Oh, now for the long runs.
Run, 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 run.
This is the part of the mission that's a whole lot of nut. Speak. Speak words.
They've
Thank you.
broken into our temples, cursed our
Bye. One of the few missions where they don't talk over the radio when you get too far away. Zoom. Okay, large lads. Wherefore art thou, lads? Chooch. Cheese! Here they come! Fire! That was fucking rude, sir! Problem solved. What a beautiful well. Alright, game, give Sparrow.
To Petrovenge. We've recovered several stolen relics. Prepare to receive transmat.
Come on, Sparrows.
We're going to study everything you said.
Sparrows for everyone.
There has to be a reason the Hive took what they did.
Triple Sparrow Knight, let's go.
Make it back to base.
She did. And Sadia has returned with our dead.
Fuck.
Thank you.
Any sparrows?
I got a sparrow.
You got a sparrow?
You got
I
the
did.
sparrow!
Let's go!
Woo!
Oh, I have to reload. 1 second.
Claim your triumph! Unless you're missing something else.
I don't think so.
Now it's just me in the corner.
There. Curse breaker.
Yay! Well, there we go. That's 2 titles in one night. And mine will happen eventually.
Time for your warlock.
No, time to go to bed.
No!
Alright. Well, thank you guys for joining. And thank you to Wolf, Apollo, Cryo, and Hunter for all of the various assistances throughout the night. Everyone's input on the weapons as well as the Morgith run. Greatly appreciated, because that was the big thing that we couldn't do by ourselves. We could get the sparrow eventually, we just couldn't get the last egg by ourselves. Alright. Tomorrow, though, reset, another shot at sparrows, and a whole box full of mountaintops.
Yep, and
whatever the other one is.
Yep, and then we can just yell at each other in our little group chat. I should rename it to the Chaos Crew.
Good. I found out another streamer already uses that, now I'm sad.
Oh.
It's a fairly popular group, too.
Yeah. I've also...
Yeah.
People I've
We'll
watching
find it.
recently uses it as well, so...
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the same people.
Probably.
We'll find a name. Eventually.
Is it Sayu and Monarch?
No, it's
No?
actually Kesha's friends.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Crumble and them
Oh.
also use it occasionally.
The Sayum Monarch or the Scuff Crew.
They also their group also uses Chaos
Did I-
Crew. Yeah.
But it's more stuff than anything.
There's a bit of debate among their communities what their name is. One of the ones that gets used is the Chaos Crew, though.
Have either of you watched Has-Been Hotel?
I have, yes, all of it.
Have you seen their cover of the one
I
song?
have, yes.
And I love it.
I recently
It was
found
funny.
it. I was like, this is amazing.
The way they
This
changed
is a
the
great
words makes
cover.
me laugh so
Yeah.
hard. Uh-oh, the siren is scuffening. I'm like,
Scuffening.
what
Yeah,
now?
that
That's
is
not a word.
everybody's favorite line from that cover.
I heard it and I'm like, that's not a word. I'll allow it, but that's not a word.
Right?
No, it was a funny cover though. They had a lot of fun with that. Alright, I'm gonna dip and go attempt to pass the fuck out so that I can stream in a decent hour tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just
yell at us in the group.
Yeah,
In the group chat.
it might be a little later than I want it to be because I have to get tomorrow's video out because I couldn't get it out today because bullshit. So,
Yay,
hopefully
love
I can finish editing and make a thumbnail and let it finish reprocessing and upload it tomorrow because that'd be great because I'm excited for it. Alright, you guys have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye.
Alright, chat. Let's see who is online at ye late hours. Not a lot of people are on. What are you looking at? You're looking at, like, sports shits. We're just gonna raid some 11 stars. They're doing sports shit, but I don't know who else to raid, so that's who gets it. But yeah, I appreciate once again everybody that hung out and helped out today. Much appreciated. And Genshin Shenanigans was also fun. Let's get this raid queued up. Y'all know the drill with raids. Be nice, follow their rules, most importantly, have fun. I hope that you all have an absolutely wonderful day, night, evening, whatever the heck it may be for you. And I hope to see you all tomorrow or next time, whenever. Have a good one, you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.